Ave cohort, it is Monday. You know what that means? We're here for our 2 streams. Got our first stream coming up is going to be DCS. Going to be flying on a new mission that Nixon has put together. And we'll be flying with Mander, and we'll see who else manages to come up to fly with on that one. And then later on, we'll be getting up to our classic game stream, which will be playing Ultima Underworld, and continuing on with our playthrough of that. But for now, it's going to be DCS time. Make sure I'm all connected to SRS here. And get things flipped on over so you can see what's going on. Oh, good. It put us on the same side of the runway there for Vuojarvi. Steer point 10. Tanker is on 255 and 40 Yankee. All right, Mander, can install better judgment. I am ready to go. Oh, you know what? I'm still muted. That would make a difference. I had muted and deafened myself while trying to talk to you, and that was every bit as effective as you think it would be.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so for this one, it's a mission that Nixon's put together. It's called Murmansk Strike. Still kind of in a beta phase, but it's up on our free mission server running right now. And it looks like there's a lot of strike objectives and a FARP kind of all up in that zone. And we're going to go attack this mercenary camp first and see what we can do. See what some of these objective zones are all about. Okay, Parker breaks off. I believe it is out and to the right. There, and I'm on the road trip.
We'll be along shortly. My kneeboard's still broken. Wonderful.
Well, thankfully, I've sent you the required formula
Yeah.
to figure out your QFE. And you know which dial to look at for your QNH.
Yeah.
I always say it just about every single time we come rolling through here on this part of the base, but I almost wonder what it would be like to be like a little farmer sitting out here in one of these little fields. And then just, F-15 rolling down the middle of the street. Hello.
Where did I click to get that information on the map?
You mean changing it from feet to meters?
No, just how do I click an area to tell me what it's...
No, just left alt, left click.
There we go. Because it gives you both feet and meters.
It does, yeah. Okay. I'll wait for you. I imagine we're probably going to do like a medium altitude transit out that direction. Good God, those tankers are up high. It's going to be fun to try and get a hold of, but not impossible.
Okay. This plugged in here.
Now, I'm going to start my transit and see if I can't find anything super dangerous out that way.
Yep.
Because we got a long way to go.
A short time to get there.
That's right.
That's right. I'm going to start taxiing up here.
Configuring all of my bells and whistles there. Nice cozy spring day on the peninsula. I mean, honestly, not knowing what all the targets are that are down there, it's going to be interesting to kind of sort that out first. But I should have enough of a lead time on you to hopefully identify and successfully attack any SAM threats that might be down that way.
Oh, that's good.
I don't have anything on the RWR yet, but we are 150 plus miles out, so I might not. It's been a minute since I've gone into one of these almost completely blind. Price I pay for making maps, I guess. Radar returns from the tanker and the AWACS. I would suggest, though, coming down there on that kind of a site, that there's probably man pads, maybe even infrared SAM threats. So plan your in and out accordingly, and if you have to turn back around for any reason, for God's sake, don't do it within 5 miles of that place. Give yourself a good 10, 12 kilometers distance before you start maneuvering back. Winds are pretty substantial up here.
Yeah, I noticed. They're not much better down here.
Keep that in mind for your shoot deployment. Try and see where the wind is blowing. Actually, it'll tell me where the wind's blowing if I look in the briefing. So let's see. You're looking speeds at about 5 meters per second blowing northeast. So you're going to want to aim slightly southwest of your target.
Copy.
Just to make sure that the You know, little parachute leavings get blown over the top of the target instead of away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Could probably pull up the manual for the Vigan, because it should have a PDF file in there for you.
Yeah, it does.
And figure out where all your windage settings are for the computer. Because you can program that ahead of time, and then you just put your cursor over the top of the target, rather than have to correct for the wind yourself.
Well, I got a little time to cruise here. Let's
No, I got new nails from a HAS 37 Vigan. And HUD's showing me about 12 minutes to go. Probably going to be able to start looking at the target area in about 8 minutes. Meantime, let's turn the lights out and carry me home. No air threats yet on the radar. What lake is that? I wonder what name that one actually has. Granted, there's a lot of lakes out here. Passing the AWACS now.
Overlord 1-1, Pontiac 1. Request bogey dope. Pontiac 1, Overlord 1-1, clean.
So I like to hear, AWACS. Clean skies. Kind of quiet here so far.
it's a long ways there.
You're not wrong. starting at 1 track distant. Yeah, it might have been just a waypoint marker.
Hmm?
I thought I had a hit on the radar,
Ah.
but it was not. Although I do have some kind of unknown RWR contact out that direction. Could be on the ground. Probably from Murmansk. "54 miles. "50 miles. There we go, Mud SA6. And there's 40 miles. I'm going to offset and scan the zone. Good look at the site up close. Looks like a pretty standard compound layout on an island.
I think it's more of a peninsula, but yeah.
Yeah, I see that as I zoom out a bit. Mud Rapier. Well, I gotta say, it's a little rough to pick out individual defenders.
Looks like they're pretty well blanketed in that area from what I could see.
I'm going to the targeting pod. I got clear line of sight on it at the moment. Looks like maybe a battery Ashokas. That looks like it could be the SA6 site. Alright, I'm gonna start marking targets. Try and take out all of the major groups that could pose a problem for you.
Copy that.
Especially some of these vehicles that are offset by themselves. Those could be air defense vehicles.
About 30 kilometers out from waypoint 2, and then I'll be turning into attack.
Roger. Master arm is on. I'm turning in for the attack. Maybe they don't have a 6 down there. Definitely some gun trucks and platforms and things like that, though. Core of the site, though, is going to be up to you.
Or not.
Or not. That was far and away more devastating than I thought it would be.
What the hell did you drop on them?
A mixture of 500-pound and 2,000-pound JDAMs. But like I watched the explosions ripple outward across a bunch of things. A lot of the units are down, but it doesn't look like everything's down, so I'd say go ahead and continue and hit it.
Alrighty.
I'll keep providing overwatch. There's some watchtowers and things on the northern end of the island.
I'm pretty high, so I think I'll just release from up here rather than getting low if it's safe to do so.
Yeah, possibly. Just make sure you're in high altitude mode for your HUD.
Yep.
And if you can get a radar image of the place.
Oh yeah, I've got him pretty much pretty well targeted.
Yeah, there's on the north end. There's like a kind of the upper end of Utah. You know, the little block that's kind of there by itself.
Mm-hmm.
The north end of that, there's a bunker, some watchtowers, looks like some light trucks of some sort, and maybe bunkerages or fuel tanks or something, maybe even barracks. I eliminated a lot of the vehicles, but those items seem to be the last things that are there.
Whatever I've got targeted right now has got a pretty strong radar return.
Okay, that could be that section. I'm just up here orbiting at the moment.
About 25 kilometers out. First one's away.
Roger.
There goes number 2. RTB.
All right, I'm going to watch my orbit, and we'll see what happens when those things show up. A couple of them look like they're going to burst kind of right over the top of it. That's good. Uh-oh. Sailed past it. Sam. Sourcing it back and marking it for next strike.
Yeah, those way overshot. I don't know what the hell they were going for. Unless the wind really took them.
I mean, they didn't even burst.
No, they did. They're just on the... I can see where they exploded.
Got it. All right, well, I'm out of bombs myself, so I'm on my way home.
I don't know if that was just from radar drift or if the wind just really took them.
Sometimes they release some high altitude like that. They get a little confused on the way in, too.
Because they burst right over the that northernmost inlet there, or where the lake comes in.
Okay. Yeah, it could have been a little bit of drift.
It is a long haul. Is there no closer base?
I don't think so, no. That's why I really wasn't mad or upset about a kind of a one-pass haul ass sort of deal. Yeah, Ivalo's neutral. Kirkenes is neutral. Alakutri's neutral. Understandably, the spots on the actual peninsula itself are red. There's Kitilla. It's not really much closer, though.
No.
It's kind of just on the other side of the... It is for Shickles. Let's take a look. 147 miles versus 140. It's actually further away. That's funny. They're coming off the afterburner.
I mean, to be fair, I only used less than 70% of my fuel to get here, so. Or I mean, I'm at 70% right now.
No, I used like 30. Well,
yeah,
55 technically with the fuel tank on board.
Yeah. Well, I dumped that a while ago, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm down to about half a tank of gas myself now. Yeah, I don't know if we want to reattack that one, but there's still very much angry things that are there. Because they totally shot SAMs at your BKs as they came rolling past. And one of the gun platforms shot at one of my heavy bombs. Didn't help him any, he still got killed by it, but you know, it was there. They tried.
Yeah.
Be curious to look at another objective though, since that one's all cleaned out.
Mm-hmm.
We can look at the logistics hub next. Is waypoint 8 for me.
Yep.
Yeah, I really wasn't expecting that kind of a chain reaction set of explosions inside that compound.
Yeah, that was decimated.
And yet still wasn't everything.
Enough of it.
Mm-hmm. Close enough for government work. Yeah, it should be just getting to the base with 4,000 pounds left.
Yeah, it looks like mostly just tanks out here. I'm not seeing anything super scary.
No, there was a Rapier site, which is a radar-guided surface air system.
Oh, I was looking at the logistics.
Yeah, I'm looking at logistics as well. I haven't zoomed in on it yet because I'm going to try and enjoy the freshness while I can.
Yeah.
But I was getting an RWR return for something in the general direction of either Liberation or Logi Hub for Rapier's missile system. So it's possible that there's a SAM there.
biggest concern with them is that there is nothing for cover.
Well, yeah. Got to use whatever little bits you can.
There's a little bit of a hill there, but not much.
No, I mean, same song and dance. I'll try and get in there and look for and identify likely spaces with SAMs and try to hit those first. I do like the folks said that they'd be on the fly, and so far it's still just us. Good job, team.
I might go with BKs again because I think it can pop up over that hill and toss them and then dip back down.
Yeah, just make sure you're giving yourself plenty of nav updates.
Yeah, I'm gonna set a couple of points and update.
So ideally, you kind of want your last update point to be like less than 10-15 minutes from your target, so it doesn't have any time to drift. And then make extra sure that you're flying that pattern right. I mean, just super cruising at 21,000 feet. Braking just over Mach 1 in level flight. First zone looked really well built, though. I think Nixon was saying the next update he might make to this mission is put it at night. Like change the time of day cycle on it.
Yeah.
Four minutes to go. See what the runway heading is here. I don't suppose there's a TACAN beat. No, he didn't put one down there. Yeah, I heard. Should get here just about the same time.
Looks like it. About 20 kilometers out.
Sounds good, Levi. We'll see you here in a little bit. Relevant factoid for the game. Not really so much of a... Well, no, I guess it does still count as a factoid in its own right. One of the things that I really like about the Kola Peninsula map in particular that we're flying on is there's an old Microprose flight simulator, F-19, from the late 80s, early 90s, that its hardest missions were also on the peninsula in the Murmansk and Polyarny region and everything else. So in a way I can kind of set some missions up that are in that same sort of spirit. And I do tend to drop references in there on mine, like the tank farm mission that we do every once in a while. This is a very common strike mission in F-19, was to go either photograph or blow up a tank farm, which is where the inspiration for that particular mission came from. Some good Hunt for October references in there too, especially for the Navy boys. I see you down there. That unfortunately kind of has to be built with missions and hand-grown things, a little bit of theater of the mind. And I've done that before, actually, with this group. The South Atlantic map that we had, there was a mission that between Thessarian and Ihort, they actually took the time to map out where a lot of the SAM sites were. So in the next mission, I gave them the MFD displays based on the intelligence that they accumulated for where the threat rings were for the now known SAM systems, because they managed to identify a bunch of them and took pictures and all that kind of stuff to bring back, and like screenshots of their targeting pod and things like that. So it can be done, but it has to be done manually, for want of a better phrase.
Down and clear, taxiing to the end.
Roger, I'm 2 miles out on final. Probably fly over to the top of where Levi's parked. Unless he's down at the other end, because I know it likes to divide us up. Yeah, we're on SRS, and we're on 251 here at the moment. He's getting ready to fly the long way up to the logistics hub waypoint that Nixon has down there on the map marker. We just did our first strike, so we're coming back to rearm and get back up to take care of business.
Low altitude. Low altitude.
Hello.
Hello.
It's the same IP address as the server, which I can DM to you here in just a second. Let me park the jet and start its refueling process first, and I'll send that to you real quick.
I forget 2 miles out in plain terms. It's like, I'm coming now.
Pretty much. Okay, let's get over here and pull up Levi's name on Discord. There you go. Okay, parent menu, rearm refuel, all the gas in the world, plus more bomba.
Request refueling.
All the
Request
bomba.
rearming. Copy.
I get you to change your in-game name there too to the right one there when you have a minute there, Levi. Doesn't have to be right now though. Just, you know, whenever. But you got all the tags and everything.
Mic check.
Loud and clear on 251. Looks like Nixon made it on. I'm gonna be here for a minute. We're looking to hit up, looks like fixed wing waypoints like 7 and 8. Somewhere in that direction for our next sortie. It's from Vojarvi, you're looking at about 160 miles one way. There are tankers up though. Well, look at you with their little thimble full of gas and all your bombs on the jet. They still haven't refilled my internal tanks all the way yet, let alone the CFTs. And the internal tanks are filled. They're filling the CFTs now. Yeah, this aircraft really is kind of the reason why they put a hold on your credit card when you go to the gas pump. According to what little blurbs are up there, it looks like it's a Logi compound and a town liberation that are kind of right there in the same area. I don't know what to expect up there yet, but I have seen rapier signs come up and an SA-6 up there somewhere.
Alright, cool.
1,000 pounds in both CFTs, still refueling. 5,000 pounds to go.
I'm gonna start making my way uptown. I move a little slower.
I hear tell that it's quiet uptown.
I'm sitting down here at the end of the runway. I waited for y'all to
Yeah, careful. You got Levi coming up the other side of the runway there.
I think he just said he was sitting one day.
He's still doing 18 knots moving up towards the runway, so...
I will wait.
Okay, looks like Nixon is on 266. Radio check 266.
26655.
See if we can get the other boys here on this radio too. Got Nixon over on 266. We want to push to that frequency instead. Loud and clear on 266.
Oh, check 266.
Loud and clear on 266. Gotta get your kicks on Route 66. Almost refueled, and then I'll be on my way up.
Alright, sounds good. I'm just going down here again, so whenever you're up from the altitude.
As soon as Mander's up, you can go ahead and take the active and go.
I'm clear.
On the money. Gunner 205 Cody 1 and heading out towards the flap objective to capture it so I can better provide support in that area.
Sounds good. If you need some bombs, I'll be up there in 15, 20 minutes.
Might see it's about the same.
Okay, I've got bombs. I've got gas.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, son of a... It's too quick on the draw.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Copy.
I had most of my pylon set up, but he was not quite done.
Refueling complete.
I blame the fact that my coffee cup is empty.
Just waypoint 7.
Make sure I'm talking to him with the right waypoints that he has. Roger, like waypoint 7 and 8, looking at the logistics place
Rearming complete.
and town liberation there at Zeplo, Arnie. It's going to put us proximal to that FARP too, so we might be able to help Nixon out on the way up. Just depends on what all the timing is on it. Okay, looks like I've got bombs and weapons. Everything's reporting in packs. Now I can move.
I'm gonna start heading up over there. Slow down once we get.
Sounds like his push to talk button he's using.
Nixon, whenever you're holding your transmit button, it spams it, so you're cutting out on most of your transmissions.
Yep, that's just.
It's like the button is faulting.
Okay. "205 airborne."
What's the move as I'm gonna Negative.
See if we can make this pass as clean as that last one was. It almost sounds like it's getting intermittent as you're holding it down, like the wires aren't quite making it the whole distance.
Alright, I mean, on my end it's showing transmitting the whole time.
Let's try and work around it. Shorter the transmission, the better it seems to be.
Alright, sounds good.
Okay. Now that all that's sorted. How are you?
In transit.
I think you're off my right wing and somewhere a little low.
Yeah, I'm below clouds. I'm higher than I normally am, though.
I was gonna go and bomb all this stuff, but we were high. I got someone in the cons in front of me. That's probably Levi.
Yeah, I see you guys over there.
Gleam, if you have to be sitting out there, if you could do me a huge favor. As I run out of coffee fixings back here in the office to make this as I go. Could use another cup if I could, please. It's rare that I have my moderator do that kind of thing for me these days, but she's an extra, I figured I'd ask.
No, it's okay. Can I overfly it? I still got a long ways to go. No, I'm still miles out. Miles out. Swedish miles, even.
That model you got is really coming together kind of nice. I can't wait to see what it's like all dolled up and sitting somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got the hard part done. Probably work on that a little bit more tomorrow.
All right, now that I reached the cruising altitude, we'll see what my timer stabilizes to, and I'll give Nixon an update as to our ETA. $205's reached stable cruise, ETA approximately 14 minutes, 30 seconds.
Federal 1 confirm ETA 14 and a half minutes.
I got him twice because I was on the light intercom. Yes, 14 and a half minutes, correct.
Affirm. Saudi 1 approaching engagement range for 5 now.
Might actually get up here and pass Levi. $205, new ETA, 12 minutes.
205, ETA 12 minutes.
205 for Finner 169er. Passing at about your 8 o'clock level.
Charlie 1, HQ7, spotted the spark.
Well, it's going to be a party for Nixon. Assuming Levi's got harms on board the jets, he's still 10 minutes out from being over the top of that target area.
Yikes. Be a butt clenching 10 minutes.
A little bit. 31, we are closing in on target area.
31 rifle at HQ7.
Oh, he's got it. Roger, help now. It's 10 minutes away and closing.
91 HQ7 destroyed.
Okay, good for him. He's starting to get his teeth back. I know that was a worry of his because he's had some less than ideal flying days recently.
That happens to the best of us. Not that I count myself amongst the best of us.
Coyote 1, watch your fire in the fog. If you trash the depots there, we can't re-arm.
Roger, Coyote 1. We'll have 169er help you out there. I've got nothing. I got nothing but heavy shit on board the jet, so I will press on to other objectives. It's looking good. We're actually all flying about the same pace.
Send me a Viper, Coyote 1. We got a couple shulkers minimum spotted at the front. Can you engage?
No, enough. Let him answer.
That's just still 9.5 minutes out. Copy, we can wait.
Oh, I wonder if he's got Chief in his front seat with him. No, he does not. Yeah, we're spread out apart from about 30 miles, but we're all at about the same distance from where we need to be.
I'll be moving a lot faster right now. I'm kind of on a tangent, but I'm setting up my attack vector and...
Hey, you do what you gotta.
my
Yeah, you're doing the right thing.
169 Coyote 1. I'm going to confirm if it's a battery or if they're spread out. If they're spread out, show them, I'll take them myself. If it's a battery, I'll leave it to you. Stand by. Stand by, 169.
I'm really proud of all of our folks. And a good team of folks.
I mean, that's how we beat the clanners. We had good folks.
Never forget May of 3052.
Everyone rifle APC.
Alright, so that's the AWACS if I'm going to be screwed here in a minute.
Anyone target destroyed.
Lord 1-1, Pontiac 1, request.
169 County 1. It's only 2 shellcas, but they're colo getting on top of each other. I'll save them to you.
Copy, 1672.
There, we're clean. I'm going to go ahead and transition to the air-to-ground radar.
That is the only remaining air defense. They do have a heavy armor presence, though, so I'm going to start thinning that out while I wait.
Copy, 167.
169, you are free to engage as soon as you spot the target.
$50 miles. And we'll start giving this a look with the radar and trying to attack the next site.
Transmission's coming through spotty. Check for gundish, Shelka. Spot 2, take them out.
Alright. Time to fly the aircraft myself for a minute. That's more like it. Let's try and get a second pass on that.
Right alignment.
Burpee cow face.
That is the name he went with. Alright, I'm setting up for some of my lighter bombs. Got a few targets out there that look like they might be potentially threatening for you. I'm going to try and destroy those and just those. Yeah, it looks like it might have a radar on it. Some of those are a lot brighter than others. Oh, thank you. All right, I got 5 bombs queued up.
Rifle armor. Rowdy 1, tire short.
I'll refrain from dropping my heavy bombs in that area until after you've made your pass.
Appreciated.
That'll let me kind of observe the area there. 205 in on logistics center, in from the west. .205 Ripple 5 logistics center.
Everyone 69 horizontal.
205 off south. Advisory, I've got a rapier mud up here near the logistics site somewhere.
Another one rifle, T-72, far.
Looking at about 40 seconds to impact.
Another one, tire short.
Buildings are spread out over 3 little individual zones. Should be able to rip into some of those pretty well.
That is the hope.
Everyone's just like, come back in, show boost.
Ooh, I got one target out there by himself that escaped the Fury.
Thunder 169, last transmission, I don't know what he said, man.
I'm gonna come and attack him real quick. I don't like the way he looks.
You got plenty of time. You really didn't like the way he looked.
I haven't even dropped on him yet. Pickle. I would say still go ahead and hit it. There's still structures down there that I could see, but the giant pillar of fire is going to be the way to go. Oh, I'm seeing secondaries come up on that.
Rifle armor, far. Target hit, but I think he's still up.
30 seconds to impact. Yeah, that actually looks like a SAM site of some kind. And he's dead. You should be good to maneuver there.
Roger that, I'm coming in.
I got minor cloud cover blocking me out there. But I've got the area mostly looked at. I'll let you know if there's SAMs that come up. Oop. Pop,
I'm
pop,
already
pop.
away.
So I think I just saw all 4 BKs come up.
Yeah, I just popped over the hill and yeet.
Ooh. Right through the center of the zone. Some of them went a little long.
I was really I was a lot closer than I thought I was when I dropped them, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it looks like you had 2 go long and 2 hit dead center.
Charlie 1, going rockets on Shogun.
Yeah, good effects on that. Good effects.
Rockets away.
I got something lighting me up. Oop.
Hort's got to change himself from Dingo 112.
I don't know if there's anything that can actually hit me, but something's lighting me up from back there. Or that might be you.
Maybe?
It's gone now, whatever it was, so. Generator with RCB.
Definitely a bunker of some sort down here. Oh, hell yeah. There's actually a whole complex. I'm gonna see if I can't get it with 1 bomb.
Yeah, go for it.
Because that's all way too close together. Thanks, iHorde. Appreciate it. All the hearts, my friend, and congratulations, as he is now the Keymaster. Thunder 205, Pickle Waypoint 7. Large housing structure, multiple watchtowers. Let us observe this bomb.
21 rockets, light armor.
Let's see what the bomb does.
Diggity.
This is like the perfect setup. All of these houses are like all pointed in on one another. It's like, it's the kind of thing that you could see on CNN at in the after hours report, you know? Kaboom. One bomb, center mass.
205 Caddy 1, what weapons do you have on board?
Say again for 205.
What's your weapon say?
I have 2 by GBU 31.
Copy 205. Can you sling those over as a far objectives? My support just DC'd.
Yes, sir. Where do you want them?
Shalka and the heaviest armory spots.
Roger, shopping. Let's shop with the radar. The Shulka's got a radar on it. We might be able to see it. That might be them there. Let's take a look.
It's in a book.
Reading Rainbow. So Shoka's near where that rocket barrage went off?
West of it.
That's a dead vehicle. All right. Two 5 pickle, Shoka. Just to hope that's the Shoka. Another suspected spot that it could be. Pickle, you got a bomb on the way there.
Copy.
Let's take a look at that. A lot of armor. Where are you? You might be dead. Got something smoking down there. I see a lot of smoky vehicles. West of the fart proper.
Yeah, he's gonna be west northwest.
West northwest of the FARP, okay.
A bit off to the side of it.
What are you in the trees? That's an APC or a BMP.
You're coming out of the trees, man.
Pretty much.
K2's up on 266, ETA 18 minutes for the AO.
Coyote 1, I'm hesitant about dropping too close to that FARP.
Copy.
I got one damaged vehicle for sure. I'm gonna put my last bomb there in RTB. Two 5 pickle RTB. I like how far spread out these targets are, though. Oh, that was a Shoka. Shack Shoka.
205, Coyote 1. Thank you. Good shot.
Now it's a Shelka.
The only thing it's going to be zooing now is everything in hell. All right, 12,000 pounds to get home on. 158 miles to go. And I got coffee in hand. Life is good.
Oh, Overlord. That's I'm like, who's in the cons directly in front of me?
The AWACS, some tankers, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge and a pear tree.
It was Overlord 1-1.
It's the AWACY AWACS. $155 miles home. I'm curious though. It's 7:41. We got 45 minutes or so. Should be enough time for one more sortie.
One more time.
We're gonna celebrate. I run a little long on the DCS end of it today too. It's not too bad because I meant to play more of Ultima Underworld on the stream. Good lord, I messed this place up. I'm looking at the one that I did the 1 bomb on. Like, it is just absolutely totaled. But anyway, Ultima Underworld. I had fun playing it, so I just kind of kept playing it. So now I'm, you know, more or less on the last couple of floors, and then that's the end of it. So we're running a little long on DCS today. That is a non-issue. Gotta say, Nix, this one's really well put together.
Yeah, we were playing it last night for a little bit. I was really enjoying it.
Been using the radar to kind of image the different sites that are there near the waypoints and picking and choosing what I fight with, but really good so far.
Glad you guys are enjoying it.
Just a little bit of polish and maybe removing the simple comms that are in there, and it should be solid.
Yeah, it definitely needs polish and rubbers and some other stuff, but we'll get there.
Got every faith in you, sir.
I had fun last night. Right at Joust and SA over open water, so I was going to lube the Joust, went down, followed the terrain line, found a quicker way in, flew water level in the nods at nighttime, then popped up and dunked it. Felt pretty good.
Yeah, doing this one at night would be wild.
It was, but the problem was a lot of the ground units weren't firing at us, so it was kind of not worth it.
I mean, that's the trade-off with nighttime, is into the optically tracked stuff and lighter things that there's somewhat threatening to you guys is almost non-threatening to you at that point.
Right.
So in the river objective, there's 4 spots, and Nix had murdered 3 of them. I was trying to find the 4th one. I directly overflew it, took a light tickle from 23, and then the second I blew flares, everything in the world just lit me up, and I just crashed in about 2 seconds.
Sounds right. Yeah, those BKs that you pitched at that objective, let's see if I can go back to it to see it.
Did the mercenary objective surprise you any?
It surprised me in all of the secondaries that happened. I mean, I threw 12 bombs at it from low Earth orbit, and there's still some things up there, but it looked really well built from the air with the radar.
I was hoping the CRAM would give you guys a quick kick.
It absolutely shot up my Mark 84s on the way down. That's actually something that's interesting on the Afghanistan map. Oh, I'm sorry, Percival. Sorry, Bubble Bear.
Yeah, your co-pup.
Yep, my co-pup. My co-puplet. Although from where you're sitting, it's more like a side-seater, huh? Yeah, that's right, little bear. But anyway, the Afghanistan map that I'm building, a lot of the modern stuff on it, because I'm building it for like 2015 plus, is some of the modern equipment and things that were kind of used out there, and doing some research on it to try and dial it in just right. You're gonna have fun on that one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, most of the fighting zones in Afghanistan are above 8,000 feet.
Woo.
Because that's what the ground is.
Yeah.
It's like there's a couple of plates that just run into each other there or something. Causes all these mountains to appear. It's wild. Science is crazy. Here's our 5 ETA, about 10 minutes back to base. Then probably another 15-20 back out to the zone. It's a lot of flying back and forth, but I do kind of like that it makes me try and pick and choose things with bombs a little more rather than just kind of air quaking it with ground weapons.
Yeah.
Welcome to Big and Life.
We're on 266 there, Ihort, which should be reachable with the Phantom's radio. There's a word to blank on for a minute.
Radio or Phantom?
Radio. Radio's definitely the one I stumbled on.
It's okay, radio's dead.
I hear video killed it.
Yeah.
There's a throwback song.
32 is about 22 kilometers off to the east, ETA 6 minutes.
Yeah, it might be a map that we pick up here for you next, because I don't think you have Afghanistan yet.
I don't think I do.
But it's same sort of quality, at least now that they've released Eastern Afghanistan. So it's more like third Afghanistan instead of Afghanistan.
Yeah. 2/3 Afghanistan.
Yeah, it doesn't quite run off the tongue as easy as third Afghanistan.
3/4 Afghanistan.
Yep. Nice work, boys.
3/4stan.
Three-quarter-stand. But anyway, now that they have that actually built up where the west and the eastern zones are assembled, terrain textures all look really nice. Runways are there. Beamer and Nixon probably talked me into purchasing a video card earlier than I would have liked, but it was a necessary improvement at this stage. But
I don't think mine's gonna be too much further behind on that one. I still got a few more years. I think I'm still on mine, but
yeah, for sure. But no, it's a lot of really like high and hot type stuff. So and the way that I'm kind of building that mission, and you know, we'll see it here on the stream, I'm sure, at some point, for the handful of viewers at home there that are watching this or catching it as a VOD or on YouTube or wherever it is you're watching it from. Is going to be like NATO and those kind of forces out to the east, with a lot of insurgent and coin operation type stuff in the middle, and then the Iranian invasion from the west. You know, because the U.S. had their Vietnam and Russia had its Vietnam, so why can't Iran have its Vietnam?
I mean, it kind of did.
No, that was more Iraq having their Vietnam in Iran.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I could have, but this is more fair. Like, occasionally the kid actually deserves to have, you know, decent equipment. Not just gonna go commandeer video card because, you know. Hey, you know that that there graphics card you got there in that computer? It's mine now. Go for 205.
Caddy 2's be moving on from Park Objective up to Town Liberation, so if you're going to work in support of me, we'll probably get there around the same time. ETA 18-20 minutes.
Roger, 18-20 minutes. I have bombed the piss out of one objective that was up there. It was a quartet of buildings with Sparka support and towers around it. It's totaled. Nothing else is touched there, though.
Caddy 2 copies, and then we'll move into investigate.
It's gone, McCready.
You know, all I'm saying, I heard is that he puts together one hell of a tabletop game every other week, which is fantastic for an almost 16-year-old to keep a bunch of 40-year-olds entertained through storytelling. Very proud of him for that.
I feel like I might have popped a wheel here. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. If I did, it's handling pretty good for having a popped wheel, but...
Popped a wheelie.
Take a look here when I get perked.
Doing a bunch of donuts and shit on the, on Vuo Jarvie. Your bogeys look good. At least for me. Don't look collapsed or anything at all either.
Nope, they all look good. Okay. Just must have been a little bit of a wiggle then. Like it wasn't having much. It was just enough to make me go, maybe?
I mean, some of that too is just the wind.
Yeah.
Alright, 3 minutes till I'm down.
Oh, what are we going after next? Do I stick with BKs? Do I swap out?
I mean, the Rotor Boys right now are attacking the town objective. Zaplarni. I really don't think that there's anything single-minded for you to hit there. Having said that, there is the oil field all the way out to the north. That is a high threat objective, though. Looks like a lot of these objectives are listed as high threat now.
Chemical plant up there.
Yep.
Oil field.
I would almost recommend bringing a single pair of BK-90s and bringing your ECM pod and countermeasures pod if you go attack any of the others.
Curious about this river checkpoint. I might be able to hit that one. Peekaboo here. Unless that's gonna be like super spread out here.
Okay.
It's okay.
205 will drive you 12 miles out. Starting approach.
Oh, okay, I see. There's one.
Suddenly you see?
Yeah. That might be... they're kind of spread out.
Her face is a map of the world. It's a map of the world. You can tell she's a beautiful girl. She's a beautiful girl. Didn't know you were going to get some KT Tunstall here today, did you? Alright, check your down.
These things are kind of all over the place. I don't know how dangerous any of these guys are.
I would assume that if Nixon listed as high threat, that's where those SAMs that we've been picking up this whole time are coming from.
Oh, there's some bad boys right there. No, this wasn't a high threat one. This was the... I'm looking at the boat one. But there are some some big nasties down here. And a little stinger. A couple stingers. Ooh, I don't like those.
Well, like I said, you could bring up one pair and bring up either 2 countermeasure pods or your countermeasure pods and the ECM pod.
I like to come at those boats, but I don't want to come at them from land on that side if I was able to go around them, but I don't know if I have fuel to pull off that maneuver. Not from where I'm currently at.
It's Luke. He's turned off his targeting computer.
I get over here to Bannock, that might be a different story.
Red 5, you switched off your targeting computer. Yeah, I can't hear shit over the timpani that's playing in the background right now. Jesus. Boom, 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 ba-da-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. All right.
Low altitude.
Get ready to touch down now.
Altitude.
Maybe. There we go.
Love our neighbors.
Oh, it's a car alarm.
Yeah.
Like, for a minute there, it sounded like mine out there. It'd be coming from the garage if it was mine.
Yeah, no, that's... I don't turn it off or nothing, just, You know, the car alarm is kind of ineffective in today's day and age, because at this point it's kind of like, yeah, I hope somebody is stealing it, because...
You're more or less just listening for the Doppler effect of the vehicle driving away. Okay.
I don't see what the hell you're supposed to be... What the hell is it?
For what?
Oh, they're there. I see what was in the oil fields here.
Stuff.
Oh.
Request refueling.
Oh no, those are okay. Those are actually.
Request rearming.
Copy.
I thought those were all Sam's for a second. I was like, Jesus.
In God's name, why?
They're just oil pumps.
Before we left, I dispatched a letter to Admiral Badurin. Reserve 5 is landed, refueling and rearming. Be back up soon.
Oh, hilariously, though.
This will give me a minute to go ahead and use the piddle pack real quick, so I'm going to go ahead and jump up, hit the restroom, and I'll be right back.
They are right in a valley. Hmm.
32 eyes on Rapier system in from the east. Rifle Rapier.
All right, I return. Let's see how we're doing on this rearm and refuel. Still refueling. Good times.
Check Rapier system. Rifle SA9.
Sounds like they're going ham on the higher threat systems there. Oh, yeah, there's like a whole structure set up there.
Check SA9.
Here's Ihort's F4. 19,000 pounds. I'm gonna go ahead and take off and start heading that way. We'll be along.
Yep, I'm just putting in my QFE and I'm gonna take off myself here.
Excellent. 19,700 pounds. Let's see, they're attacking waypoint 7. They might need a little more help with that. So we'll get ready for 6 and 7.
That's crazy.
Everything is at 6s and 7s, you might say. That's how you can figure out where all the music kids are in the room.
Or the British.
I guess that's fair. Look at you with your fancy backing up nonsense. Don't go too far. Ooh!
Yeah, she doesn't like to stop going backwards.
Almost there.
Refueling complete.
Finally, refueling complete.
Finally, you're awake.
It's just like having those things with the juniper berries in them. I was sweet on a girl from Helgen once.
Rearming complete.
Alright, rearmed. Let's queue up our bombs
32 Dark Scout.
on our 2 channels. And we are ready to rehydrate. Two 5 is rearmed and turning for takeoff.
32 Check Scouts.
Zyhort waggles all its control surfaces at me. I can do that too. I can stomp on the rudders, I can move my ailerons and everything. It's a good time.
You can dance if you want to.
You can leave your friends behind. Oh, now he's giving me all this pollution. Thanks, man. Now I smell like cloves. He's super hot in a goth club. Let's go take off through the F4's wing wake. It'll be a good time.
Nothing bad will happen.
As long as I run out a little sooner or a little shorter than he does, I should be alright.
It'd be just like playing Legend of Zelda.
Oh, powered right through it. We're fine. Alright, setting cruise altimeter for 25,000. Autopilot's on. Lazy mode engaged.
I can do that when I actually hit my altitude.
I'm on course for steer point 7. Got gas. I'm just going to floor it for a minute and get up to cruise altitude.
Yeah, what I'm doing.
Do 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 do. Well, we seem to lost somebody on 266. I've only got 2 people on the radio now.
No, I'm still on here as far as I know. Yeah, we can cruise a little bit. Hey.
It says iHort's connected to the radio. I wonder if these in preset rather than manual mode for the radio settings. By the way, I'll try and fly more comfortably for the F4. Gonna arrive at about the same time. Looking for iHort on 266.
Here I am. Somehow it decided to change my frequency back to the default receivers.
Understood. Welcome aboard. We reached our cruising altitude at 25,000 feet. If you look out the right side window, you can slowly see Murmansk way off in the distance and Polyarny. Cody flight looking about 16 minutes back to station. Hold my throttles almost all the way back to idle while you climb up. Just realized that that kind of sounded a little braggy. It's not my intention.
Ooh.
Somebody just hang her on the blades here until he catches up. There we go, 15 units AOA. Slightly nose high, about 5 degrees.
I see you.
This aircraft is very unhappy with me. Not quite fall out of the sky unhappy, but it's like, I want to go fast. Why are we not going fast? Hello, welcome back to the chat. All right, 120 miles to go.
But do you want to be sedated?
No, that's why I drank the coffee. Oh, that's kind of sad. That's kind of a, I don't want to say it's a bug, but it's a sign, you know, because the F-15 not having an update. Hort's radar shows up as an unknown.
Oh.
It's not really glitchy. It has problems with multi-crew desync front and back, but
It's slowly dying.
Yeah, and I can't fault that. It's less dying and more in need of an update, and until ED pays RASBAM like they're supposed to, and they sort their nonsense out, it really is starting to show signs of needing an update. Harriers are going to be in the same boat, so is the Mirage 2K. Any of the RASBAM products, really.
Sad. Sad plane noises.
That's what it's making for me right now, only doing 340 knots at this altitude. The F-15 is a very strong and capable aircraft, even in its current state. It still has the best radar suite in the game. Its targeting pod is really second to none for its type. Air-to-air systems are all fine. It works great, especially single seat. But there are some multi-crew desync issues with smart weapons that have not been addressed in a year because it's been that long since it's had a patch. And that's really kind of the bulk of it, is the multi-crew issues with smart weapons. Dumb weapons all work out just fine. Those have been, those are easy to take care of as far as the jet's concerned. Trick and I've done some fairly extensive testing with it because as soon as this jet came out, that's what I converted the flight over to flying full time, was the F-15 is one of its primary aircraft. Because Strike Eagle things really kind of fits the mission of the flight. And then the spat started. Otherwise, she works well at night. The lantern pod works. The terrain following radar works. The autopilot systems work for that. Like, it's still functional at its core. Okay, iHort is doing 517, 518 knots indicated. I'm doing 506. Knots true, rather, not knots indicated. Alright, so we got about 10 minutes to go. Let's see what the rotor boys are up to there. Nixon's getting in super close over where the target area is. Probably coordinate through femur. A lot fewer SAM radars this go around, though. It just means they've been putting the work in. Getting in close with the rotors and everything. If it were me having bought the F-15E last night, I would hang on to it too. I still have confidence and faith that they will eventually sort their nonsense, and that we can get back to having good updates for the jet and correct a lot of their still currently outstanding issues, and maybe start adding in some features like the JTIDs and some of the other missing components. We got coffee, Chief. Just donut house coffee. Nothing fancy. But it's getting the job done and putting the caffeine in the face hole. As we get closer, we'll image the site more properly with the ground radar. Well, at the moment, this is one that Nixon's put together. There's a lot of different objective zones and areas out there. The current place we're going is going to be supporting the rotors in clearing out this town. Trying to minimize collateral damage, which is hilarious, and that I've got a bunch of bombs on board the jet, but we'll try and find a good home for them. That doesn't also result in the town getting destroyed. We also have... that's Mander's flight waypoints, an oil field that needs destroyed, a chemical plant that needs destroyed, some POWs that need rescued, a bunch of checkpoints along the river, kind of here out in front of Murmansk that will taken care of, and an island base with an anti-ship missile site. It's kind of cool. Got it Floyd, about 7 minutes overhead.
Two copies. Most things are defang. We would appreciate a second swoop of the radar, see if we missed anything.
Roger, I should be within 40 miles here much sooner. I can give it a sweep and let you know. Well,
yeah, we're just making the call whether to wave you guys off or not, but I think a good sweep, and if we're picked fairly well clean, then you guys are up for retasking.
At the moment, I'm carrying as many smart bombs as possible, which amounts to 3 on the CFTs. There are 6 stations on the CFTs, but only the lower 3 are wired for smart weapons. So I'm carrying the lighter 500-pound class JDAMs on those. And then I'm carrying the 2,000-pound class JDAMs on the other 3 pylons for the glove stations and the center line, which gives me a total loadout of 9 bombs for smart weapons. If I wanted to do dumb weapons with it, I could carry Mark 82s in 2 racks of 6 on the CFTs, because I can actually use the other 3 stations, and there's no fin collision between that and the AMRAAMs and the other weapons on the other pylon. So I can really carry a lot more dumb bombs than I can smart bombs. And the accuracy that you can get both out of the radar's targeting system and everything else is just phenomenal. Yeah, without any bags whatsoever, I'm looking at 22,600 pounds on internal fuel and CFT fuel alone. If I put bags on the jet, which again, that takes out my 3 heavier hard points if I put all 3 on. Operationally, she never carried more than 2 for those kind of missions. But with all 3, you're looking at more than 30,000 pounds of gas, and with just a couple of them, you're looking at around 26 to 28,000 pounds of gas. She can fly for a very long time. Like, even having cruised this whole distance here so far, I'm still got 17,500 pounds on board the jet. And despite having all of the air-to-ground equipment and the air-to-ground radar and everything else, she can still carry the same air-to-air loadout as an F-15C. She's a little less agile than the F-15C, but that's kind of by design with the conformal fuel tanks and the extra seat compared to the F-15C. But the more powerful engines help make up for some of that. And if you fly it smart enough with it, you can really, really get the work done on it. Yeah, it's really my only gripe with the F-16. Like, I love the data link features that are on board the jet, and I fly it with iHort quite a fair bit. But my usual problems are I need more than 2 smart weapon pylons. And I need a little bit more staying power. Alright. 205's within 40 miles, imaging the area with the radar now. Let's give it a look. Alright, let's freeze this image so we can play with the gain a little bit. And we'll follow up by looking in with the pod, so I can kind of tell what's alive and dead a little easier.
Check B2.
205, shopping with the pod. Radar is looking hard to determine what's alive and what's dead. Go for 205.
31 is back on frequency. We've got a bunker down here in the sound clearing area. There's a forest clearing, 4 fires in it, kind of T-shaped. There's a grass bunker on the east side of that.
Roger, I got your target area.
Copy, there's a piece of armor or a truck next to it too, so whatever bomb you hit's gonna kill both.
205 copies all. 205 for 152.
Go 152.
You have laser weapons on board? Do you have anything heavier than a 2,000 pounder?
Negative. Biggest I got today by 3.
Roger, I'll take the one with the JDAM then, see if that's enough. Alright, so our target's obscured by the cloud here real quick. But we are looking for a grass bunker, and I believe that is it. Pull up our smart weapons page here. Go back to program 1 for our JDAMs. And queue up our center line. .205 in from the south. Bunker.
205 pulling up.
iHort, if you got a 24.
You asked me if I had anything bigger than 2,000 pounds. 24 is 2,000 pounds.
I mean, fair point. I got the bunker targeted here in this forest clearing. Lasers armed. You on 1688?
A-frame 1688.
Roger, do you have the target area?
Negative, I'm still anchoring left.
Alright, I'll take this one and we'll hunt around for the next area. Pickle. TTI 25 seconds.
drop.
Civil 5, Cali 1, initiate.
Roger, we want to push oil field next.
That's where I'm headed.
Oh, Fenrir, go ahead and proceed. We got a rearm and refuel.
Roger.
Headed to RTB.
All right, let's see. What waypoint is that? That is waypoint 6. All right, 152. Let's go ahead and look at waypoint 6, see if we can help out Mander. And give it the little beep boop with the radar. Range limit. Let's go ahead and reset that real quick. Oh, it's just barely in range. Got it.
They're away. Shots away.
Oh, what is that? That's an SA-6. Keep your head down, Mander.
Getting low.
Yeah, also 6.
Yeah, it looks like it might have had Mander for a minute, but I don't see any launches up at the moment. Oh, that looks like good pops. Maybe. Maybe that one hit the ground.
Yeah, it looks like they might have hit a hill.
Yeah,
It's a really hilly area.
possibly.
But nothing, it didn't hit nothing down there. As RTB.
All right, now let's image it. We'll look for a SAM site. Well, no telltale lines. Let's put it on the roof. Yeah, it's a little too low and perhaps not fast enough as Chief's recommendation there, Mander.
Yeah, it was a hard shot because they're right in a valley, and I'm trying to lob it over. So, it's a tough shot for BKs.
Makes sense. See if we can't put.
I'd have probably had better luck toss bombing, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. But hey, you know, you're recognizing that. There it is. Okay, yeah, I've got the target area now. It is actually deep in a valley. I have the target structure roughly centerline on top of the waypoint. it for you, and when you're ready, we could throw the 24 in there. Now, let's see, where is Ihort relative to me? 30 miles away. Roger. Yep, I see a structure and looks like the entire tank farm.
If I thought I could get away with it, I was tempted to scream over it and drop iron bombs on them, but...
I mean, you got the hill in the way there. It's not the craziest.
Like, if I replay this, I might try that again the next time we tackle this one. I might give that a shot and see what I can do. If I time it just right, I could just...
And I got a couple of bombs set up for what looks like scattered independent vehicles. And there's the 6. I'm gonna try and take the 2 groups of vehicles real quick. Ripple pair off west. You should still leave the tank farm and the structure intact for the 24. At least as long as these bombs don't go overkill and blow the whole place up.
Clarification for the mission. If you are targeting the oil field, you are clear to destroy everything in sight.
205 copies all. Got somebody with lasers though, so I'm gonna play nice and work with the team.
Understood. Starting mission clarification. The objective is to destroy all oil drilling equipment.
205 copies all. And that still almost did it anyway. 205 for 152. You should have a fairly large marker out there. Ooh, the structure's in good shape. There we go. My altitude's good. The laser's armed. All right, verify laser code 1688. Roger, pod is selected, target selected. Waiting for your sparkle. Target area is center of all smokes.
Climbing. Rolling over. Liz.
Sparkle.
Bomb away.
Let's watch this nonsense. Holy shit. Good God, Ihort. Good shot. Good hit, good effects. Gotta wait for the dust to settle on that one. We'll try and hit it again.
Oh, it's just the oil drilling equipment that's still up.
That's where I put the damn bomb.
I don't know what they're made of. Everything else down there is dead. Oh, there's a couple of tanks down there still. A tank and a... maybe a... Shilka? Not sure. 6 wheels. 8 wheels. Sorry.
BTR. Follow up, same area. Ready when you are.
Yeah, none of the drilling equipment should be alive, and yet all of it is.
That's fine. I'm just gonna hit it again.
We should be dead. Just aim for the big plume of smoke. That's pretty much right on top of it.
Yeah, no, I've got them lit up. We threw that GBU-24 down there at almost Mach speed. That's him in the cons there off my 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I see him up there. Catch these hands.
Rolling over.
Sparkle 1688. That's why you wanted me to sparkle a little early. There it goes.
Bottom away.
You are hooked. The bomb is falling down, Mach 1.
Woo!
Good effects.
I think they're immortal. Because that was dead on. Literally everything else down there is toast.
Yeah, well,
I think oil drilling equipment is immortal.
yeah, there's this one truck that escaped everything. He might still count as an objective.
Could be.
Make sure there's a couple of vehicles down there. So you know what? They both get a bomb. And then just for gits and shigs, we'll put one over here too.
One vehicle is very much wounded, if not dead.
Yep.
I think it's just a BTR.
205 sees a couple of light vehicles that are still alive down there. Might be part of the objective area. Extending a little bit as we were too close, and we'll drive down on it. Go over 205.
Kyrie's going to move up to the chemical plant to the north of that. If you've got any weapons to try and thin out the air defense when you're done, please do it.
205 copies all.
Much appreciated.
Alright, in that case, we'll just drop 3. Roger. Ripple 3 here, we'll move to chemical plant. Waypoint 5. Pushing stir point 5, we'll be quick on that one and get out of here. That's where the SA-6 is hiding. This is going to be fun.
Is he off a bit?
I mean, he's out there somewhere.
The BTR is very dead.
Ooh, I think I see. Defensive SA-6.
Over G.
Come on, give me the little pop of safety. Yeah, I think I see where they're coming from there. Yeah, there he is. Choose our 5 marking targets for the SA-6. Looks like might be 2 sites. Alright, if you get down to Bingo Field, go ahead and head on back. I could overfly it at 33,000 feet, but why? Choose our 5 defensive SA-6. Okay, now we do things my way.
Like Frankie said.
Choose our 5 in low, in from the west SA-6 site. All I ask is for a mound of dirt and a bomb to steer me by.
Low altitude. Low altitude.
Gonna be one pass haul ass here on this one. Won't have the gas to do it much more than once.
Yeah, I was pushing it a little close here myself. No, I mean, we're fine. I'm still at 40%, but still.
Low altitude. Low altitude. Low altitude.
10 miles.
Low altitude. Low altitude. Low altitude. Low altitude.
Here comes the pop-up.
Over G.
205, Ripple Pair, SA6 out to the house.
Over G. Over G. Over G. Over G. Over G.
Yeah, I know, I bent the wings bad. I'm sorry, sweetheart, but it's this or die. See how those do. No, she is not happy with me. And check.
I prefer Kobe.
That's true. I don't really need to brick those against the, you know, anywhere. Check, Sams. 205 is now bingo fuel, must go home.
205, that's the word. Bingo.
Oh, right, I still had one more bomb coated out over here. They can have that.
Yeet.
197 miles home and 5,700 pounds of gas.
Good luck. We're all
Oh,
counting on you.
I'll probably be fine. I mean, there's a tanker between me and the base if I really need it on the way home. I forget where I even encoded this bomb to go. I guess somewhere over the oil derricks here, but
I mean, at this point,
it's very much somebody else's problem. Here, hold that.
yeah, it's probably not going to do much because those oil things seem to be freaking indestructible.
205 for Cody 1.
Cody 1, go ahead.
Oil derricks took 2 GBU-24s and multiple hits from JDAMs and did not seem to die.
Go on the SAM site?
Not the SAM side. Talk about the oil derricks at the oil derrick objective.
Copy that. There might be still some ones left, maybe. If not, I'll just note it down on the mission, and I really should make that a lot more interesting anyway. So no worries.
Yeah, no, all those nodding donkeys are still doing their thing, and they've got bomb craters directly underneath them.
Why is he all rolled up?
I'll take a picture of that.
Yeah, they should very much be
Ready
bad.
for you, Cody 2.
There, I took a couple of screenshots so I can send it to Nixon when he edits the mission.
But they never do that on the first date.
I like that run, though. That run on that SA6 site was good. All right, 205 is going to return home, and then it'll be time for the classic game segment of the stream.
Miami 2-5.
Like I said before, I don't mind if this one runs a little long, because we've played quite a bit of Ultima Underworld, off the clock as it were, over the last week or so. So I may not have a full 2.5, 3 hours or so to do on that one. Yeah, she's wobbling back and forth a little bad.
Thanks, Huvid's warning. I'm aware I'm on the ground. Actually, I think I'm taking back off again.
Yeah, got a little bit of wing warping. We're kind of rocking back and forth.
So it wasn't fully down.
Yeah, there's a time and a place to drop bombs from orbit, and then there's a time and a place to remember that she's not called the Mud Hen for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take her out of AP hold. Let's see if I can get another 5,000 or 6,000 feet out of her. At this point, I need the altitude to conserve gas. Doubly so if she's going to be wobbling like that all the way home. Tanker's about 70 miles away. It's about half the distance. I think iHort might actually be going for it first. And he's in worse shape than I am for fuel. He was at 6,000 pounds before we started that adventure over at the SAM site. And he's in an F4. I think he brought up a centerline with him, so he wasn't doing super awful, but if he's going to be occupying the tanker, I will make sure that we get ourselves home. Because the sortie's not complete until we bring it back.
Yep. I'm just getting to the end of the runway and finding a parking space.
But for Lunkwill, and Lunkwill's benefit there, because I kind of like the little test that you gave me on that one. That was kind of cute. But no, I absolutely do enjoy attacking SAM sites and things like that with little bits of terrain. I'll even do it with iron bombs, but being able to get up and look at a site from a long way off, queue up all my JDAMs, and then go, nope, I'm going to go ahead and get down in the sticks, and we're just going to throw bombs at this problem until it's gone, is always a good option. Love me a good toss bomb. A year ago or so, back before the JDAMs were on available for the F-15, in the 1 or 2 patches that they got before the stupid shit happened, Trigger and I were doing a lot of toss bombing with iron bombs against SAM sites like that, and The systems on the jet will give you the accuracy you need to get that job done, even with the dumbest of bombs. So, give yourself a good ripple, some nice spacing. Throw 3 or 4 Mark 82s at the problem, and you can get it done. And since you can carry a stupid number of Mark 82s, and if you could dial it in even better, you can get away with just a pair of 84s on the problem. You can really knock out a lot of different systems. I don't think there's a SAM site available to DCS, not counting things in the mods, because the mods are always weird.
Fuel.
Yes, Betty, I know. I got 14 minutes to go, and we're draining it at about 20 minutes worth of gas, so should be able to reduce power and coast down and save us a bit of fuel as we get closer. Anyway, not counting mods, because I know there's some modded systems out there that they're okay, I guess, but they have their own issues. There isn't a SAM site in DCS that I haven't dropped iron bombs on in the F-15, so don't always need a harm. A little bit of dirt, a good mark to the target, some good coordinates if you need them. You can make a lot of magic happen that way. And, you know, it's more fun than cruising at like 35,000 feet and just throwing a harm and going, yep, we did the thing. It's a different mission, but I want to say it was Cola. It might have even been Torn Strike. We might have been flying on that one that Nixon had put together as well. Dense fog at night. Yeah, I punched out through the clouds. The cloud deck ended at about 5,000-6,000 feet, and the ground was ready to meet me there at like 3,000. Maybe a little less, because it's kind of flat here, there, and this gun Cola. But I ended up putting like almost 11.5 Gs on the airframe instantaneously, and just when I F2'd the aircraft to look at it, the wings were very clearly bent upwards at the tips. It made for an interesting landing in the F-15. Crew chief had my ass that day.
What the hell did you do to my plane?
Exactly. That's right, Treb. Crew chiefs hate this one trick. It's like when F-18 drivers pull the fun paddle and then go, yeah, no, I was able to completely overload the aircraft and dodge missiles. Like, yeah, and now it's a write-off. Good job, you lived, you brought it home, but we're gonna have to turn this airplane into razor blades. We should be okay. We got a good cruise going on now. Just about out of the wing tanks, though. It's just a matter of watching sync rate. Although if it's a Hornet problem that we're talking about here on this one, I know they had recently, I say recently, it's like 3 or 4 patches back now, but they had changed the landing load limits on the landing gear for the Hornet, so they do break a little easier than some folks are used to. It's been kind of amusing from time to time to watch our Hornet drivers, or at least a couple of our Hornet drivers, bring it back home and pancake a little too hard on the deck. It's like, I was coming down at 800 feet per minute. It's like, that's still too much.
What the hell's Chief doing?
His best. Living his best life.
Sitting here in the iron ass.
Oh, he's flying the P-51 Mustang. He's ready to do his whole Battlefield 360 routine. The P-51 Mustang. Those were good shows on the History Channel. I wish they still did things like that in the regular instead of all this, you know, reality nonsense. Gentle rocking of this airplane is slowly lulling me into a false sense of sleep. Yeah, I got about 150 pounds left in the wing tanks. And then we're down to just the feed tank. Okay, 61 miles of Ojarvi. Yep, iHorde is connected to the tanker right now. I'm glad I didn't stop for gas. Not that he couldn't have grabbed like 4,000 or 5,000 pounds and then, you know, traded with me or something, you know, but it's not like I'm going to do anything else with the aircraft. I've got another stream to get to, as we're going to be playing a little bit more of Ultima Underworld Stygian Abyss from 1992, the classic game segment of the stream. And I've got no weapons on board the jet, which is, you know, the bigger concern.
I just finished. Ready to go. We're barely able to hear you. You've been really quiet this entire time for us, but we're moving on to the chemical plant.
And make sure I watch my landing speed here because I'm going to float at 180 knots. Okay, plane in hand. So a little wobbly, 23 miles to go. Okay, lights are all bright, landing lights are on, radar's in sleepy mode. Master arm is off. Tray tables in their upright and locked position. Fasten seatbelt sign is on. The 10-piece band is back in their chairs. The oxygen masks, hilariously filled with nitrous oxide instead, are all down in the able to be used position. Panic button is hit. Attention everybody there in the cabin, please. We've flying an Airbus today, and landing gear don't come down. Just gonna go ahead and belly it on in here and get you out here and on your way to the places that you need to go. 205, 8 miles for Village RV 212. All right, 3 down and locked. Two 5 flaps down. Fuel state is 1/7 in F-16. Wings are being a little less than cooperative, but we can make this work. Let's make my Wizzo look over his shoulder. There we go. He doesn't want to see this. Unaware and unafraid, that one is. At least he doesn't abandon me for no reason like Jester and the Tomcat does. Jester in the F4 is a ride or die kind of fellow. I like him, but Jester 1.0 is terrified of his own shadow sometimes.
I see enemy! Eject!
Man, I wish that wasn't quite as serious as it first appears sometimes with him. Alright, let's go ahead and reduce our sync rate here.
Low altitude. Low altitude.
And nice general contact on the runway, nose up high. 125 knots, nose is falling down, full brakes, full half stick. And let's clean her up. Jump in the back seat here and Sleepy the pod. And then jump up front. Do a little off-road taxi here past you.
Oh, careful, because Chief's coming down.
But like in front of me, or?
Yeah.
Damn.
I'll make sure which direction he's coming. He might actually be coming from the other way. Let me just
I think he's on the other end of the airfield.
Yeah, he is. He's the other end. My bad, my bad.
Okay then. We'll continue and I'll park it a little closer to the hangars.
Warning, fuel low. Warning, fuel low.
Appreciate that, Lunkwill. Been doing a lot of teaching there on Saturdays with the F-15, but she's definitely the home office for me, even in her current state. Even with all the RASBAM nonsense going back and forth, it's, without peer, my favorite airframe in general, to say nothing about DCS. So, go and we'll taxi her out here and off, and then we'll get ready for some classic games, refresh the beverage, hit the restroom, and be able to get into our Ultima Underworld. What I would prefer there on that one is that they just pay John RASBAM the money that they're owed, and they work out whatever their little grievance and agreement and spat is. Maybe they make Nick Gray go sell off one of his warbirds for a minute to do the job. And we can move on with life together, because if ED continues to treat one third-party developer this bad, it's only a matter of time before they get mad at Heapler for the same things, and then what are we going to lose? Oh, the air-to-ground radar especially. Like, hands down, best equipment, best in class. Done so much work with her in the 0-0 environment, in the night environment, using the head-up display and the nav-FLIR pod, the terrain-following radar. Like, the fact that it's held up for a year with no updates is a testament to the strength of their code. All right, folks, we're home. So if this is where we part company for the evening, thanks for watching. Appreciate that. Appreciate the follows and the subscribes. All those things help. You can catch us in other VODs on the YouTube channel there at Pilum Romar. And I always ask for consent. Try to communicate as best you can with your partners and try to be genuinely decent human beings. And we'll catch up with you here in about 5 minutes or so. I'm not going to kill the stream, but I will change up a couple of things with it as we get ready for classic games. And I'm going to take a short break to take care of a couple of little things, and then we'll be ready to game. Good stuff. All right, quick refresh of the beverage and everything else. Let's go ahead and close some of these other things down. We will get set up for the next game. Which has been a good trip so far. Appreciate the follow there, Shreb TV. In case you're still sitting here, if you catch up on that later. All right, let's get things set up for the next game, and then we'll say hello to iHort. Good old games, keeping things alive. Let's go with the current machine. Must have closed it down too quickly last time I played. Here we go. Hello, good sir.
Whoa.
Okay, let me pull the chat up here on the other side of the window again.
That was probably the best aerial refueling I've ever done in the Phantom.
Yeah, I believe it. Some of those bombs looked really good too.
I just managed to find the perfect throttle groove, and then I found the perfect groove for pitch trim. It was wonderful. Got right up in there. One connect
Mm-hmm.
went from like 2,800, 2,700, all the way up to 5,000 in one shot.
There you go. Yeah, I was having a debate on the way home. I was like, I might need to hit the tanker on the way in, but I was like, no, and the time it would take me to get up there and wait and do all that, I would have burned through the same gas that I would have been trying to get back from the tanker, so I just opted to fly home.
Yeah, and while you were in the middle of debating that
Mhm.
verbally, I finished. That's right when I came off. I was done. I was like, cool.
Yep. Yeah, at that point, I was already like 20, 30 miles away from the base, so it was just a matter of going in. All right, so been playing Ultima Underworld, Stygian Abyss, and there are 8 floors to this game. The dungeon, for one, well, I mean, it is what it is. It is a dungeon the whole way through, but the story behind it is that it's a dungeon that has been set aside specifically for different groups of criminals, outlaws, those types of folks. Some folks go down there by choice as compared to getting some other events. And at one point in time, there was a knight who was unifying all of the different groups here to try and live in peace and kind of create their own little space that included, monsters and humanoids and that kind of deal.
Was it a safe space?
It was, actually. But then he was supposed to take out these 8 artifacts and give each group of people on these floors one of the artifacts each in order to, maintain the peace and the balance and, live the life of the virtues and everything else, which is core to Ultima since like Ultima 4. But he died before he could pass those out, which is less than helpful. But for our own efforts in this one, the Avatar, and this takes place in between the games Ultima 6 and Ultima 7, has been sent into the Abyss to try and rescue a princess who was kidnapped upon his arrival, or her arrival, from the real world. For those who are unfamiliar with the Ultima franchise, you are the Avatar. You sitting behind the chair right now doing the things are the Avatar.
Careful. Don't say Avatar too much. We're going to see some letter.
That's fair. That's fair.
From who we get it, though, is the real question.
It's going to be the real race on that one, isn't it? It's probably going to be James Cameron. No, it's always James Cameron. But anyway,
I don't know. Nickelodeon is strong,
it's true. But
but it's not SpongeBob. So
we returned to the world of Ultima at the same moment that she was kidnapped, and the guards found us instead of the person that was kidnapping the girl. So we got accused of it and was basically told, well, you know, if you go down there and you find her and you come back out alive, then thumbs up, you're innocent, clearly. And if you don't, well, you're there where you deserve it.
what a deal!
A bargain at half the price. So I meant to play this one more or less exclusively on stream. And the first week that I was doing this, we got through about the first floor and had just started to tickle the second floor. But I started having so much fun with it. I played a lot, and now here I am on the 7th floor. There's a lot of back and forth, you know. You'll find an object on a deeper floor that goes, okay, cool, this solves this guy's problem. And they're up several floors, so now I got to go up several floors and go talk to them again. So there's a little bit of back and forth. But ultimately what we need to do is rescue the girl, which I believe is on the 7th floor where we're at now, which is a unique one because the mage who runs this floor is absorbing all the mana. So there is no magic that I can use on this floor. If I'm going to use my create food spells or my light spells or anything else like that, I need to be on a floor other than this one to be able to cast those spells. Otherwise, I have to have, like, you know, actual found food and torches and lanterns and things like that, which I do have some, so we'll be able to press on with that. But we're on the 7th floor, and we're hearing rumors of something else on the 8th floor, like a demon of some kind that we might have to deal with or vanquish, but we can't, like, he's immune or something along those lines. We'll have to find some other means of deposing him. This one is from 1992, and it's really kind of the grandfather of just about every dungeon crawl type game since. You know, Arena came out after this one in about 95 or 96. Is he hostile? Is he an
you
up?
can just define great grandfather, you know, being probably wizardry.
Yeah, wizardry would be.
That's kind of where they all get to this, you know, where it really comes down to. Because really, what all those were,
Have no
if you look at
medallion,
them
no
from like
die.
a technology standpoint,
Oh boy.
is this is neat because I did a little bit of research into this because I found a book for programming
Mm-hmm.
and they taught you how the Hump the Wumpus game worked. If you ever played that one. And what's kind of neat is that when you look at like Wizardry or Bard's Tale, what it basically is every little square you step in is just
Mm-hmm.
a different memory location. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And the memory location has certain aspects assigned to it. So that's why you kind of see it as like, you know, the great grandfather of all these things. All you're doing is moving from location to location. Wizardry gave it a graphical interface. Zork was basically exactly the same thing, it's just it was text.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go forward from there, the only thing that we're really changing is how we're representing what is occurring is basically effectively the same mechanism of bits of memory moving around. And all we're changing is how they're presented to you, the player. So instead of having this very, very coarse, as in rough, coordinate system of the entire room is one location, you go to a floating point coordinate system in 3D space. And I'm talking like Skyrim levels, of detail here.
Hmm.
For each of you, and then we're doing ray tracing to determine where the monster is. And you shot the arrow travels through this coordinate system to hit it. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. You're just moving things through the space. And so I would say that this Ultima game really kind of fits into that area where we're now kind of pioneering the different ways in which we can now interact with that space in real time.
Mm-hmm. And that was really kind of the thing there, and it really sums up nicely to what Chief just redeemed some points for, redeeming a relevant factoid for this game. Like these trolls occupy a physical space, right? They can't fit through the door; they're too tall.
No, that one thing just squeezed through there last minute.
Well, the last one was a like an orc or a goblin.
Oh yeah, those guys. Yeah, they're too tall.
Like there's a goblin behind it that's like trying to pitch rocks into the fight. He's actually hitting the people behind him. He's unwittingly helping me out.
Yeah, I'm watching the stream, and I keep forgetting that I'm like 7 seconds behind.
I put a live one up.
Oh, well, let me switch. Let me get with the times. Literally.
Yep. But one of the interesting things about the Ultima franchise, because it has like 9 or 10 core games, including Ultima Online, that all kind of fit into the same sort of... Oh, no, it's 9 games because it's 3 trilogies. That's right. All right, those guys might actually be able to get through.
And then of course there's the argument of Shroud.
Shroud of the Avatar, yeah, whether or not it
Shroud of
fits
the
in there
Avatar.
somewhere. Serviceable axe art. I've damaged that axe quite a bit.
Well, Lord British there managed to also get himself removed from that one.
Yep. I might need to grab some gold pieces and run upstairs and get this axe repaired.
I suppose for a hot minute there he thought he was Chris Roberts.
Which is funny because 2 of them kind of has very similar ambitions for games.
If I recall correctly, I think they actually worked together at some point.
Yeah, I think so too. That rings right. But anyway, relevant factoid for this game in particular. This one really is the first one that kind of blends the real time with the single player experience. Because before, what we would run into is it would be like Bard's Tale, where it's a party of characters and you're not controlling all of them together, or you're not controlling them individually, you're controlling all of them together as they move from point A to point B. This one, though, it's, they keep track of mana, they keep track of your hunger levels, your sleep levels. There's so many different ways to solve problems in this game that don't always boil down to combat. Where we are right now, it kind of does, because that's really kind of the nature of this particular floor, but you can, there's a lot of different ways to get things to work, and it doesn't always devolve into combat, which was novel for the time, because before it was, unless this was a scripted event of if item A is in the party, then no fight. You could, if you had high enough level charm, you could talk your way through most things. Oh, I don't like how those doors are closing behind me. Need to be careful about whacking the axe on stone surfaces and door frames and shit.
What I also like about them too is like you can really start to see the evolution of oh, we've now got more resources in terms of hardware
Mm-hmm.
with which to render things. We have more CPU cycles. We have more memory. You know, you go all the way back to the progenitors to where if you ran into an item in the game, you picked it up without thinking about it because memory was so finite that if they bothered to put the item into the game and take up a very valuable, precious, bytes of memory, it had to be important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there
There was
were no BS items anywhere.
we didn't even have enough memory to track weight because putting those data points on items just ate up more memory.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go AFK a second. I will be right back.
Should have kept a busted mace. I don't think I can bash that door down. Which means the only way to go now is forward. Alley-oop. May not have magic, but my magic item still works. Or mana, rather, but my magic items still work. Oh. Hello. That brought me right back to the stairs. Excellent. Excellent. We can go fix our axe. It's unfortunately a long journey up. Okay, so the mages here are friendly. I don't have to worry about any of them. North to make our way out. What's the condition of my other gear? Excellent helmet, mail, leggings, shield of valor, undamaged ring of leap, and a full lantern. Okay, so none of my other equipment is seriously damaged other than the axe. Objects in this game also have velocity and weight. You know what? There's a shrine here that's close to get to. Let me make a stop there and we can see about improving some of our skills potentially. So you could do things like, throw objects off of high heights and kill creatures that way too. All right, we've advanced greatly in axe. I should have them. Not a whole lot.
Throwing things up at great heights.
Yep. Need to consult my mantra list here real quick. Because the way that I level up is once you gain experience, you have to go to a shrine and then talk to the shrine and type in a word or a short phrase that will improve your skills based on which one you put in. Pick lock is AM. AM.
Oh, was
AM.
this your copy protection?
No, not copy protection, because you find the words in, the course of your adventure.
Oh, this is just an extra layer of gameplay.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of a mixed bag,
Kinda, yeah.
I think, because in some ways, a game that would make me interact with it outside of its own existence, outside of the game in some way, like go look this up or something else, that would be really neat. But in the modern age with the internet everywhere, that has now kind of almost become like a chore. Like that's something we experience with Gray Zone all the time because we can't figure out quite readily, how do we get into the house? We need the key. Well, where's the key? Does it spawn? Does it do this? Does it do that? It's not very evident where that is. And
Right.
in all fairness to Gray Zone, it is very much a beta. It's not done developing yet, but that's still to my point is we're trying to figure out where to get this key. Is we go out to the wikis and other things only to find out that like, oh, it's on the table right near the back door, and we didn't notice it because it's a very tiny item
Mm-hmm.
in this incredibly detailed game.
Yep. I think it's one of the, yeah. A lot of little flying creatures around by the sound of it. Make sure I have at least 20 coins with me before we, Yeah, that'll do. 25 coins. I don't know how much it's going to cost to repair our axe, but go down the southwest side here. There's one dwarf that does repairs, and he is all the way up on floor 2.
I think something that a lot of games missed out on because they were kind of scared to do it. This is something that kind of hits me a little close to home because it was something that I think led to the downfall of Star Wars Galaxies.
Mm.
So a real quick background on it. The game launched with like one set of game mechanics, and it was pretty well detailed as to how you would put your skills together. It wasn't a class system. It was basically a point buy system. You bought skills from different classes, and so you could do an individual build of your character, and every character could be unique because you could pull a little bit from here, a little bit from over there. And it was a little complicated, and you'd have to go read a guide. If you really wanted to make something really stupidly effective for like PvP, yes, you would definitely have to go read a guide to make a good build.
Mm-hmm.
And by using those skills, that's how you leveled them. So it was a really neat system. It was really cool because everybody was different, and the way you played the game is the way you leveled. The closest analog I can think of is Final Fantasy XIV, where the weapon you're holding determines, what you are.
Daggerfall. Daggerfall was that way. Like you had base classes and everything else that would have a given set of skills, and you could kind of mix and match, what it is you're looking for. But
well, I wanted a modern game, like the kids today are playing.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, you're just like version 15 of Skyrim. It's close enough. All right, here's the smith. Let us talk to the blacksmith. Hello, my friend. How do I get on Greeny board?
So anyway,
Go in 10 minutes. We're going to take a nap.
And when it came to LucasArts working with Sony Online Entertainment, which eventually turned into Daybreak, which is now gone, but they were basically the people who made EverQuest. Star Wars Galaxy's biggest problem was that it was going head to head with World of Warcraft. And this is when World of Warcraft was growing almost exponentially. And somebody at LucasArts got a visit from the Good Idea Fairy of, why is World of Warcraft growing faster than we are? We have an internationally recognized IP. We have Star Wars. You can go out on the street and start talking about World of Warcraft lore. A vast majority of people are going to look at you like, what? What are you talking about? Go out in the street, start talking to people about the Force, and they're like, oh, yeah, I saw that movie. So they were trying to figure out, how do we get those people to play our game? And so they were trying to figure out, what were the barriers to entry? And one of the barriers they stumbled upon is like, oh, well, the game mechanics are too complicated. And this filters all the way down through corporate everything. And what it eventually leads to is a statement by one of their marketing people. And I can't remember her name, and I'll go ahead and leave that blank. I'm not going to go look it up. The basically protect her. Because I kind of followed her career after this, because I thought it was hilarious what ended up happening. She basically comes out and says, well, it's nobody likes to have to read so much to play the game. Is basically what she said.
That rings a lot about, didn't have enough source material.
It's not her.
No,
It's
but
somebody else.
you can see where I'm going with that one.
Yeah, I know where you're going with that one.
Oops.
That's what it basically came down to. And so what they decided to do was, well, even though this game is already out and it's already running, we're going to completely redesign it from the get-go. From the ground up. And it basically destroyed the game because you had a bunch of players who were already there, and you basically tell them now, like, oh yeah, we're taking that game away from you and giving you something else. Well, I didn't buy this. I don't want this. I didn't ask for this. So I'm going to leave. And that's what they did.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, in the background, BioWare is working on Star Wars The Old Republic. And LucasArts then realizes, oh, well, we can't really have two MMOs. Even though they really kind of, they were
I mean,
eras.
They could have because of the different eras,
They could have. They were two different products, but LucasArts decided to take the safe route and like, no, we're not going to have two MMOs running at the same time because we didn't want them to be parasitic. Because remember, at the time, we were still, the pricing structure at the time was still, you pay by the month.
Mm-hmm.
So they were still kind of figuring that, yeah, people aren't going to pay for two services at the same time. And so they wanted to convert everybody that was playing Star Wars Galaxies to convert over to Old Republic. And the only way to do that was to take Star Wars Galaxies away. And they were still having so many problems with it, so they decided to kill it. To pull back to the lady that said people don't like to read, or they find it too hard to read, she ended up leaving Sony Online Entertainment and went to go work for the company that does Leapfrog. Which, if you don't know what that is, they make children's toys, children's educational toys, to help them learn how to read.
That's an interesting change.
So, let me get this straight. You go from one company saying that there's too much reading and it's too hard, to another one whose primary product is to teach children how to read. to force them to read.
Man, you know what the worst thing in all that is? These kids these days having to type on the keyboard. I'm gonna go work for Mavis Beacon Jesus Typing, which I realize just aged me all to hell and back. But you know what you came for here.
Age me too. Thank you very much. So now to bring it back, so now I think it's hilarious that despite all that shit happening, what is the norm now? Players have gone out in all these games, even if they're primarily single player, and created wiki communities for other players, which they then write, from nothing, for other players to read about the game to play it better.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the accepted norm. And I don't know if Chief is still listening, but I think one of the really cool things that a lot of games could have done is to have some kind of interaction between things that are happening in the game and other published materials. Like Halo would have been like a great example for this. To where, yeah, sure, you're Master Chief or you're a Spartan or whatever, and you're running around in the game and you're doing things, and you're fighting in this battle. But what ships with the game is a book or some other kind of stuff, maybe even physical, at the very least electronic, but something else that you can read on your own time. That is, maybe it's, I don't know, like journals of people. Let's use the Fall of Breach as an example of like journals of people who were living on Reach and stuff like that and all this other stuff. And like, it seems very innocuous. It just seems like, you're just reading fiction about the universe. But then you start playing a game, and as you're going through these levels, it's actually calling back to certain things that you would have read in the journals and things like that could lead to secret areas or help you do the level better. You don't necessarily have to do it, but the stuff is buried in there. Something like that. And I'm kind of surprised that like nobody's ever really kind of tried that. Or if they haven't been very successful at it.
Yeah, little feelies and things like that. Like back in the day were kind of the way that they would go through that, but or Nintendo Power Magazine.
Like the closest analog that I could think of, and the thing is it didn't affect gameplay at all, was the cool little bits and bobs you got in an Infocom text adventure game. Like I still have the package for the microscopic space fleet you got with the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy text adventure.
I remember that one.
My dad had Starcross, and he got the special edition that came in the plastic UFO case. And the maps and everything that came with it, the map that is part of the copy protection.
Yeah, they did that for a lot of games in this era.
Yeah, is beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. All this, all the stuff that they threw in there. And you just don't see that anymore because one, we're not buying physical games anymore. You go on Steam, you download the thing, and like if you see anything, it's just artwork that's thrown up on the screen. But it'd be kind of neat if we saw maybe those things thrown into other aspects, like YouTube videos or audio or something. I've seen some. I know there are some things like me and the ex, like for a while, we tried this thing called Hunt a Killer,
Mm-hmm.
which you did through the mail, and you actually saw some of this.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, yeah, you actually helped me out with it for a little bit. Yeah, that was really cool. There were actually online portions of that. If you remember, we had to go listen to the voice recording, and you had to, you went to the website, and there was like just all these numbers, and if you didn't have the right number that you pulled from the paper, you didn't know which one to click or whatever to listen to the recording of the guy all drugged up getting interviewed or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember all those. Those are interesting things.
What if
Damn it.
what if somebody made a PC game that you interacted with somehow like that?
That was a fun fight.
There's a lot of loot lying on the ground.
And
Kind of like I got the instant replay. If I miss something, I can look over at the stream and see it.
an upset feral troll. Well, Mr. Upset Feral Troll, I will talk to you briefly. No response. All right. Well, he's part of this checkpoint then. I will unupsetty his spaghetti and take his experience points with me. Too heavy to pick up. What's in it? Oh, I got some food.
Yum.
There is a sequel to this game, which we'll probably do for the like next set of classic game streams. And it's not actually it's all right. I say sequel because it's Ultima Underworld 2, but the time frame that it takes place in is actually after the game Ultima 7, as compared to being a direct sequel to this one, which takes place right after Ultima 6. Might have to actually take off that ring of leaping. Oop. Hello, spiders. Be deceased.
You don't seem to be feeling so well.
No, that is a correct statement. And without magic to cure myself with, that is going to be a significant problem. Morbid curiosity, if I go to take a nap now, is that the end? Sure is. Nicholas is locked. We need to find ourselves some Healy potions. Perhaps some anti-venom. Or a way up to the other floor so I can actually use my magic to fix the problem. We found Naruto.
Found Naruto. Jesus.
This was a key that allowed me to enter a secret place. Lies an item that permits one to pass through Tibble's maze. Entrances in the chasm of fire. Losing 6 hit points at a shot is not giving me the warm fuzzies on that one. Thankfully, it will return me just to the sapling of life that I placed. Unfortunately, that sapling is way back on level 1 and I haven't moved it. If I was hungry, I could eat some food and get some hit points back.
You are in dire straits.
Mm-hmm. I definitely can't fight my way out of that one.
You're still in your death. You're talking to walls now.
Playing games with life. Not careful, you end up talking to yourself. All the way up on level 2. Did cost me some XP though in some fashion. But we are alive. And it would appear that our skills are intact. Mostly. So we shall bring our Seed O respawning. And make our way downtown. Need my rune pouch again. Clear out my spells, and that was not a spell. I'll worry about water walking later. There we go.
Here's a fun $1 million idea that I've been percolating since I just mentioned my last thing about interesting ways to interact with the game, right?
Hmm.
In the real physical world. I'll use a hypothetical Star Wars game for my example, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this hypothetical Star Wars game, you create a Jedi character, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, of course, eventually you get your lightsaber, or you're supposed to build one. You know, that's the lore, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so part of the adventure in the game is you go around and you collect bits and baubles to actually make your hilt, your lightsaber with. You know, and they all have different properties or whatever. And one of the MacGuffins of the storyline is that obviously your character has to be special in some way. That some force spirit, whatever, is guiding your character. And so as you're picking up these pieces, you're kind of doing it almost subconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
And you're building it almost subconsciously. You're not really quite aware of really what you're doing. You're just doing it, right? Now, this game, you're going to pay up front probably something in the neighborhood of like premium collector edition price for it. Like we're talking like 200 USD.
Okay.
But the midpoint of the game is you finish the hilt and you get your lightsaber in game. That's only the midpoint, right?
With you so far.
They will then take your save game that has your built hilt with all the bits and pieces that you picked, you personally. So everybody's hilt will be different. That gets shipped off to a place where they make you a hilt and they send it to you. This isn't any hilt. This isn't any average Star Wars novelty item. It's part of it's something you can keep, obviously, but it's actually a physical puzzle. And it's not too hard. It's something easy, because we want you to finish the game, right?
In theory. Better just, keep paying forever.
But you can actually disassemble it. And there are puzzles and stuff in the game because you're trying to figure out, well, why was, what is, was this a benevolent force spirit that was teaching me how to do this, or was it a malevolent force spirit that was teaching me how to do this? That's the big twist in the game. Is like what happened. Maybe it's something. Maybe the path your character was taking determines what happens. You can get all kind of crazy Baldur's Gate 3 with it, like all these different paths you could have taken. Which changed the pieces of the thing. But when you start taking the thing apart, there are little clues and things engraved on the pieces that'll be specific to your playthrough because you sent them the data points of your playthrough.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll only apply to that playthrough.
And of course, if you want to go back and do a different playthrough, there'll be an option in the game. It's like it'll reduce inside the software a 3D model of it, so you can still play it again. You just won't receive another item, or you could pay some premium price and get another one. Or maybe that'll be like the standard edition. The regular version of the game is, it costs cheaper, but you don't get it. You just get the 3D version of the thing that you can take apart, right?
Right. It looks interesting. Come here, bat. Need you to get close enough that I can hit you.
Drive me closer so I can hit it with my sword.
Okay, so we got a bunch of lava.
Remember, the floor is lava.
Thankfully, I have boots that will keep me safe from being on fire, which is good, as I'm now standing in the fire. Oh, nope, that killed me anyway.
And you burn to death.
I feel like perhaps that is not quite the way to go just yet.
Anyway, I think it would be a really interesting way to like interact with the game, to where it's not, you get your collector's edition. It's not just some static thing of something in the game. It's something that actually has a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
We have all these fantastic technologies now with 3D printing or mass producible CAD CAM machines that can do all these kinds of things to make that kind of level of production, custom production, cheap and accessible. And we're not really kind of doing anything innovative with it. And then you get all kinds of nerd cred. You'll get, if you make the game good enough, you'll get players that'll be posting pictures online, of, here are 6 different, totally different looking hilts on my wall from my 6 different playthroughs because I paid, the 120 for each one of them or whatever.
You kind of have that now with all the different stick heads and whatnot for DCS. Not to put too fine a point on that one, but like,
Yeah, you kind of do.
If you're big on collecting, I want the Apache Collective and the Apache Cyclic. You can go to Verpal and get those. If you fly an F-14, you can go to Verpal and get those, or whoever.
I'm a Wing fanboy.
Yes.
Wing and BKB. BKB is the stick that I use.
I do like my Gladiator, and that was a good choice that Nixon turned me on to. Hello, creatures. No, damn it. Leave me alone. You're lucky I can't cast Water Walking, or I'd stand on this and beat you to death with my axe. Instead, I have to find a ledge to stand on. There you go.
Well, what if you made like another Mass Effect game where you had like some kind of alien artifact that was built that way?
Mm-hmm. The problem is, you would need somebody to be in charge of making sure that those work. And
that's the thing, because that's one of the dangers. That's one of the biggest dangers of it, is that it could absolutely go wrong, because what happens when you have your canvas vinyl bag disaster with that,
mm-hmm.
or they print the wrong clue and it totally borks your goddamn playthrough.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose the only way your only like fallback against that is you have the software version built into the game, so that when you take the thing apart,
for real, because you want to do that. You want to have that interaction in the physical space. You then do it inside the software. Make sure like the thing in the software match the thing in my hand.
Right.
You just tell your users, it's like, no, the one on the software is the one you follow. It doesn't matter what the one in your hand says.
Well, yeah, but at that point, if I've spent, hypothetically, if I was part of this group
But
or
yes,
whatever,
if you spent the amount of money for the collector's edition, it better fucking be right.
yeah. I mean, even if I didn't and I just went for the regular one there or whatever, like it needs to work. It needs to be right. It needs to be right the first time. And if it can't be those things, then that's an avenue where the company is absolutely going to be ran roughshod over the coals, and justly so.
Yeah, you're done. You're done. Yeah.
Which is why you don't take that kind of a risk. Like, it sounds great on paper, but then you have to get into the reality land of how do human beings work. And the ugly truth of the matter on that one is that sometimes you get materials that are 3D printed.
Well, the simple answer is you can guarantee it that it'll work every time, and it'll be right. Your costs are just going to go up by 300%.
Mm-hmm. And that could potentially drive people out,
It absolutely will drive people out, and then it could drive enough people out to the point where it's not profitable anymore.
It's nice. First time we fought a treant like that here. But yeah, especially if that was the gimmick, if that was the thing, it's got to work every time, and the only way you could do that is to got a gazer. It's like the old triangle. You can have any of these things you like, as long as you only want 2 of the 3 of them.
Yeah. At least 4 or 5 things. Pick 2. Oh, by the way, one of them's got to be cheap.
Mm-hmm. But even if you had all the ducks in a row to make that kind of stuff work, like, you still run into the problem of, like, okay, you got programmers on one side, and then you got the actual manufacturing folks on the other, and they don't always talk to one another or see eye to eye or communicate all the right things. Ooh, threw a spell. I'm glad that ghost was there to take the hit on that one. Get all up in the face of this gazer. More dangerous when I give him room to work with. A bunch of gold nuggets there. Some kind of a necklace. Oh, you know what? That might be the medallion that they were talking about earlier to get past some of those guard posts. I say that like you were here the other day when I came through the first time, because there was a NPC, a friendly one, waiting at the bottom of the stairs, who had mentioned that there was a necklace stashed in the caves out to the east. And I completely spaced the fact that he had said it until I stumbled across that and went, oh, right, no, he knew where one was. That said, probably still end up killing off all the creatures instead for their XP. Because I don't know about you, but I like XP. And I'd rather not have to talk to every one of those groups on the way back. All right.
Yeah, you're right. It's if you don't do it right, it's a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And
even if you do it right, there's certain quality control efforts that are outside of your control. Now then it's a matter of was it delivered on time? Badly worn leggings, broken shield.
You just reminded me, if I got to pick up those things from you guys, I could take pictures of. Try and get my money back.
Gold veined, rough hewn wall. Rough hewn wall. And decided to explore the mines. There must be some way to bypass the maze. Following their way to across the pit of lava. Oh, hello. Bring it. Read the scroll in a minute. On their way across the pit of lava, maps indicate there must be a secret door in this area. Okay.
Yeah, but then again, it also maybe it doesn't have to be something like quite so complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe it could be like a printed map or something, or a piece of artwork or something else that's easier to quality control.
Or, you know, something like the cloth maps from Ultima 7 or whatever else, because the copy protection for Ultima 7, you know, if you buy it on Good Old Games now, you just get the digital list of here's what all the answers are, right? Like if you ask this question, this is where you go, this is what you do. Save my game here before we make this leap. But
the idea is like whatever you get is something unique to your playthrough and will provide some utilitarian information, and it's something you receive halfway through your play. Halfway through your playthrough that will have some kind of utilitarian use for that playthrough. And there's a lot of really interesting things that kind of happened psychologically with that. Because whenever you look at the thing, that'll trigger a whole bunch of stuff, of memories and things, especially if you enjoyed yourself about, your experience whenever you look at it.
right.
And if it's something you display, that's really what you want to do is because when you get that kind of engagement. And that's something they've always kind of tried to do with the collector's edition. This is why the collector's editions always come with these little trinkets, because they want you to display them.
It's a little bit of a status symbol.
Yeah. Not so much that, but anybody that you know who hasn't necessarily played the game will see them and go, "Oh, what is that?" And then that will set you off. Provided you enjoyed the game, to, proselytize for them. And so, if you make a very memorable souvenir, and especially if it has like some kind of use for the game, for this that people can display, or that looks good enough that they want to display it, and every time they look at it, they'll remember that, oh yeah, I remember when I played the game, it was really fun, it was really awesome. And so then when the company goes and makes another game, that's another thing in your pocket of, oh yeah, they made that other game and I really liked that game. That was a great game. I should buy this next one. It's like, hey, I totally remember Skyrim. Skyrim was a great game. I totally remember Fallout. Fallout was a great game. I should totally buy this Starfield game. The
No.
only thing you can't do is you just can't drop the ball.
Right.
Because, boy, if you drop that ball, you drop it right on your foot. As Grumpy Todd found out at the Game Awards.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Because, the saddest part is, even by Bethesda standards, it was substandard.
Mm-hmm.
And then it had the most, in Starfield's case, the most unfortunate circumstance of going toe to toe with one of the best RPGs to be released, I think, in the last
Decade.
decade.
Yeah. Definitely wrong place, wrong time syndrome, but at the same time, like he wanted it to be this great competitor with things like Star Citizen or No Man's Sky, and like, look, I've got a space game.
Or Elite Dangerous, just.
I mean, Elite Dangerous shoots itself in the foot enough.
Yeah,
Frontier really dropped the ball on that one.
It was something they thought, considering when Starfield was in development,
Mm-hmm.
Elite Dangerous was something on their minds.
It's true. All right, we're out here killing spiders. No, I don't want to restore my game. I want to save it.
It's just.
But yeah, no, their big problem there is they released substandard product, and they went up against a powerhouse, and you can only get so far in re-releasing Skyrim for the dozenth time.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
You just got, well, this is just got me thinking about Avowed and what it's going through right now. And I saw some of the video reviews and things of people playing it, and just some of the ways it just really kind of falls short. And I was just kind of like, okay, well, what is the price point of it? That was kind of what was driving my things. Maybe I was thinking, okay, it's Obsidian. Tell me we're being unfair. Let me find something to say that we're being unfair. Maybe the price point isn't AAA. No, standard edition is $70.
Mm-hmm.
You're paying $70 for a game, a modern day first person role playing game where the NPCs in the town don't move. Are you serious? You guys couldn't figure that out?
Apparently not. And now I got hit points.
If it was an MMO, I could understand. This is a single player game. Are you serious? Interesting. Did they lock you in prison?
They sure did.
Oh. Please tell me that's slowly leveling you.
I mean, it's a random chance every time, so. All right, no secret
Oh.
passages. It's really mostly a matter of. Do you use the lockpicks? You know what? Let's see how this route with it. We're going to reverse their trap. Show medallion to pass. Here it is. Thank you. Thank you, kind goblin. Man, it'd sure be a shame if I just reached out and hit somebody.
You chose violence. It was very effective. Hey, look, a key. Isn't that great?
All right. Key doesn't fit. Key unlocks the lock. Okay, got more hardcore lava up there. That's good. He says, not really believing that it's good.
Were you expecting Nightcore lava or Jazz lava or
You know what? It's an Ultimate game, so how about Bardcore lava?
Bard?
Yep.
I'll take Bardcore lava.
Yeah. I feel like there's a shrine.
Just slather that lava on my pit. Never mind.
Mm-mm-mm.
That would explain though why we're hiding behind the pile of dead flaming bards.
You know, what's my defense mantra? I've got that on my list too. Uh-oh. All right, full screen.
Somebody is hurting you.
It sure is.
Ooh, he hit you hard too.
Sure did. Do not
Must have hit you
approve.
with a spell.
Do not approve. Piss off, rat.
Take that, Algernon.
Okay. Back to my mantras. Defense is Anra. Not ready to advance. The skills cap out at 30, so having a 22 in defense, 29 in attack, and 22 in axe is not bad, as the kids say. Take a nap here in the.
Definitely not beyond mid or something. I don't know. I'd need Chief to help me out with that.
All right, we're 10 hit points short. Peckish. Save the game. Make sure I've got the chat pulled up so I can see what people are saying, because I had my mantras list up there a minute ago. Carry on with the adventure.
And Frodo heard the distant chant, Stave! Stave!
For some reason, he 3D printed a floppy disk.
No, the save icon. Emotional damage.
You remember when the world could be saved and or destroyed with 1.44 megabytes worth of information?
I know, I saw it in several movies.
Some of those movies, it was only, what, 768K? It was single density discs.
800K, baby.
Ooh. Ah.
That's how I play. That's how I played the original Police Quest on 2 of those suckers.
Mm-hmm. Found a perfect crown. Could this be crown that's going to get me through?
I played Bard's Tale on 5 1/4.
I think that crown might be the one that I need to get through a maze. I'd read up about that through finding stuff in Adventureland. My helmet took several hits. Okay, it's still in excellent shape. Your gear can degrade, and it actually changes the paper doll there too as it breaks down. Some things don't degrade, like the shield that I'm using is actually one of the trying to think of the talismans. It's one of the magical talismans, so it's invulnerable. Caved in passageways. We've got it down. That marked on the map. But yeah, it's always been a thing that I've kind of. Oh, there's a thing up here. There we go. What scroll is it? Oh shit! Where am I now? Oh, there's a moonstone here. Okay, so that must have been a gate spell in that scroll. See a ragged scroll. Ragged scroll of gate travel. Times.
Oh, here's a fun question. I will, let's see. Let me redeem some points here for this one. There is such a thing for this. There you go. And there it is.
Oh, it threw me all the way up here. Kind of waiting on the question there.
Gotta figure out how to word it.
I mean, preferably in English, but if you want to use C or Java, I could probably muddle through some of it still.
Python.
It was the first game in any genre that I recall being incredibly immersive.
The one that you played where you were like, I am like absolutely sold on this game. I want to see what happens. I feel like I am very invested in this. I think I know what your answer is going to be. But you might surprise me.
I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to go with the first one that actually kind of made me feel invested in it in that regard, or incredibly immersive. And I think it might actually surprise you because it is not a role-playing game that made me feel that way first. But it's one that Dad would definitely be proud of me for remembering. And that is a game for the Atari 800 called Cosmic Balance. And all it is a starship construction and fighting game. And it uses, Newtonian physics and a, modeled for what you could in an Atari 800 at the time. To kind of put everything together. Another one that'd be very similar for in that same sort of light was Starfleet 1 by Intercell. Or Interstellar, rather. Which was not affiliated with Star Trek in any way, shape, fashion, or form, but still kind of fulfilled that same sort of niche. But in both cases, like, it was absolutely a case of, I'm the starship commander. I've got this stuff that's going on, especially in Cosmic Balance, where you can really build your ship and size mattered. And if you could go really, really big, but you're going to be really unmaneuverable. You need to head east. And then continue heading east. Starfleet was really kind of in the same boat for me. Because you had your career and, you go out and you do these different missions and everything else, but it kind of felt like I was playing in my own episode of the series. Like, despite it not being part of Star Trek,
Nice.
it gave the same sort of mouthfeels to it. And I think the version of the game that Dad had, he'd actually gone through in the coding and had put, because that game, when we were playing it, was like 87, 88, Star Trek The Next Generation Season 1. 1 and 2 was a big deal. So, all the references to, like, Chief Engineer were replaced with Geordi. Chief O'Brien was used in place of the Transporter Chief, that kind of thing. Cosmic Balance didn't have anything along those lines. It was more like, playing a game of Starship Battles, but electronically.
Starfleet battles.
Starfleet Battles, that's the one. But electronically, But yeah, that gave me the immersive feel for the time, which was simplistic for me. One that's probably a little more answering the question entirely is Baldur's Gate 1. It was probably one of the earlier ones where I'm like, no, I'm totally invested in this. This is D&D on the computer. This is a great time. I played Bard's Tale, but it didn't give me the same sort of immersive feeling to it at the time. Like, now it's a little different, but I'm older and can appreciate it now. But for the time, that was kind of a big deal. South. I need to head south to get back down. That poor mage watching the front door like that's got to be out of his damn mind, watching me come down the stairs like that every time. If there's only one way in here, and you keep coming from the direction that you shouldn't. Yep, I just keep getting teleported all over this damn place. This dungeon sucks. Down up there.
So, well, my first guess for you would have been Morrowind.
Yeah, Morrowind is definitely high on the list. Daggerfall, actually, I played Daggerfall before Morrowind.
Yeah, it would have been like either one of the Elder Scrolls games, or maybe I was thinking maybe Silent Hunter would have been my next one.
Yeah, so I can see that would it'd be more like Silent Service for going with firsts.
Yeah,
but
one of the submarine games.
One of the sub simulators, yeah. Does not fit. Key does not fit.
So then I asked it, and then of course, I had to sit there. I had to think, like, God, what was the first game that really just absolutely just like grabbed me, and really made me feel like, okay, this is it. I'm kind of there.
You are an hero.
I am an hero. And I kind of got two. There's just one that was definitely first, where I really kind of started to feel like, oh yeah, this is I really feel like I suppose I would say like a responsibility to the game to do well, for reasons, right? Like if I don't really try, I'm not respecting the game or the people that made it, kind of thing. I must play this correctly, because that is the way the game is meant to be played. And therefore, they kind of brought out some role play elements, at least on my side, that were like otherwise totally optional. You didn't really have to. And then the second title, the one that absolutely did grab me, was just absolute great fun time, and is something I spent a lot of time playing, and I think opened the door to that genre for me. So I'm curious as to what you think these two guesses. What do you think they might be? First, what genre? We'll let you narrow it down. Like what? If you got a solid guess, I'd like to hear it, or at least maybe you think what kind of genres they would be, because they are two separate genres, both games. They are not in the same genre.
Well, one of the ones that I think would be a heavy influence on you. It may not be first. No. But Star Wars Jedi Academy.
You're in the right universe.
I guess, Galaxies might be in there too, because you spent a lot of time talking about that one as well.
You're a little bit too new.
A little bit too new, really. Okay. Yeah, I'll bite. What do we got in the Star Wars universe?
X-Wing.
Okay. No, I get that. Yeah, TIE Fighter was got a warm and fuzzy place in the heart too for this similar reason.
Both those games. That whole kind of subset of that engine.
Mm-hmm.
Just absolutely. Like I felt I was there. I was in the squadron. I was doing things.
That's where I first met the Grand Admiral of this TIE Fighter.
I felt like it was in the movie. You know, I found my 16-track tapes of Heir to the Empire the other day.
Oh, wow.
Going through my shit. I was moving. Yeah. I just say, if you want to borrow them, you're more than welcome to, but I don't think you have anything that can play them.
No, I don't think I do.
I might have a Walkman sitting around somewhere. I might find going through all my shit. That's that one. I don't know if you'll guess the other one. So I suggest you start with genre first.
First-person shooter.
Nope.
CRPG.
Nope.
Simulator of some kind.
No.
Edutainment.
No.
All right, it rolls out Oregon Trail. You mean to tell me you didn't jump in on the immersive roleplay value of Odell Lake? Or as
you keep testing my patience to not bring 6mm BBs and a CO2 cartridge to the game.
Tabletop RPG.
No.
Okay, no,
It was a genre defining game, I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one genre that you really haven't mentioned at all.
I'm at a
And
loss to think.
I'll give you a hint. It is a genre that we have very, very rarely played together because it is generally very difficult to do so. Because of the inherent nature of the genre. It is possible, as often touted as one of the big things about people always ask for the genre. But then the logistics of, oh well, everybody has to get together at the same time to do it makes it hard.
Nah, I'm drawing a big old blank here on this one. It might be because it's getting a little later into the stream and everything, and it's a work week, but I'm gonna feel like a moron as soon as I hear it. I know that.
4X games.
Okay. It's like Age of Empires or.
And it's not Civilization or Age of Empires. Age of Empires is more real-time strategy.
That's true. I haven't played a lot of 4X games, so I don't have a lot of as many good guesses there on that one.
So, Master of Orion.
Okay. Yeah, no, I could see that.
Is buried away in my Steam library, and I still drag it out every now and then to play it. And I still try and keep up with the expansions. Is Stellaris. And I adore that game. It's just, God, it's massive. I wasn't too happy with the Master of Orion reboot they tried last.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you're right. That's not one I would have guessed.
I really enjoyed the Galactic Civilization games from Stardock. I think those are awesome. I tend to like those more than Stellaris because those are at least turn-based.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the latest version I think kind of fell a little flat. Because they tried a few different things. When it comes to branching out in that genre a little bit, I do like some of the Civilization games. The last one that I really enjoyed was 4. Not a big fan of the ones after that so much. But I really loved Alpha Centauri.
Mm-hmm.
And then some of the first-person strategy games that kind of, or not, excuse me, real-time strategy games. Ugh. They kind of branch out with 4X elements. I really enjoy a little bit. So yeah, so like a little bit of Age of Empires. You know, I mean, everybody liked Age of Empires. I mean, it's
No, yeah, no.
if you like RTSs at all, you played our Age of Empires.
Age of Empires 2 is where it was at.
Yeah. Raiding party.
Yay.
Yeah, and I really liked. And of course, when it comes to RTSs, I also really liked Command and Conquer. And then the eventual reboot of the original Dune 2, Dune 2000. I thought that was great. In fact, they were working when I did my short stint as an intern at Westwood Studios. They were probably, I think, about 6 to 6, less than 6 months out from launch on that one. So I got to see some of it working in alpha internally a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Master of Orion, because I was totally bought into the fact I am the leader of this galactic civilization. I will lead my people to the promised land. The stars themselves will tremble. Yeah, I was playing that thing on like, what was it, first? Yeah, I was playing it at school and we had 286s. You could get it to work. And then it wasn't too long after that, Master of Orion 2 came out. And everything was just kind of downhill from there, especially when it came to X-Wing too, because like X-Wing came out, then we had Mech Warrior 2,
Mm-hmm.
2 Mercenaries, and the same thing just carried over. It's like, oh yeah, no, I am Jade Falcon. this is this is it. You know, and then TIE Fighter and all the other follow-ons.
Oh, hey, we got a dwarf.
Khalistan. It sounds like a place we should invade. Do they have oil? Look out, Khalistan might try and buy you. You know, like I say, want rolling systems. You never know.
Let's actually get back to my notepad here real quick. There's a phrase that Goldfist had told me about. Dun, 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 dun. Deco Morano.
Shard. You want a shard? Here.
Lies in the tombs. Where I figure tombs have been defiled. An evil presence. At any place is a crystal where it'll be found in order to draw and weary souls to its lair. I ask you find these tombs and cleanse them of this evil so others don't fall in this trap. I will do what I can. Can't talk to the door.
I don't know if I like this Calistan fellow, you know. Calistan sounds like the place, you know, you might hide, you know, that dwarven terrorist group.
Hmm.
Alberta.
Oh, wow.
You knew what this was. Does that actually work?
You can, as long as the door is not, you know, invulnerable. Most doors you can get through them that way. Normally I could cast like an open spell on them, but, you know, whole lack of magic down on this level thing. Okay, we'll worry about that later. Door's locked, door's locked. Okay, I need another key. I mean, obviously I need another key. Hello, person.
Oh, baguette.
His escape path. Overlooking the fire.
I think your answer was kind of interesting, though, when it came to like an immersive game that you pick something that you played when you were that young.
Mm-hmm.
I think it kind of depends on like you reach a certain point of maturity to where it's no longer, oh no.
Let's see, my fire protection boots are actually working now. I think that might have been a special area that had a health drain. Here we go. Got me up and over.
Falls enough to hurt you, though.
Yep. It hurt me a lot.
And then there's that poor bastard.
Oh, cool. You got a map. That's worth the
Oh.
price of admission.
You're gonna kind of
And
get oh.
fire elementals.
Anyway, I think it's kind of interesting because I thought you'd have to kind of hit like a certain maturity level to where it's no longer like, oh yeah, I'm just hitting stuff. Or, you know, you're just not really that invested in it where it's still just a game, you know?
It's the imagination factor.
I suppose so.
And I think that is as important. How? That is as important as the others.
I suppose thinking about it, there were some There were a few Nintendo titles that grabbed me the same way a little bit.
Zelda 2, especially, you know what? Let me take that ring off. And I have to actually jump before I cross the threshold there. I like the Ring of Leaping, but it makes some things on, yeah. Here we go. But anyway.
Yeah, I suppose the original Top Gun game kind of really did grab me that way, the same way X-Wing kind of did. But at the same time, those games were so basic that there wasn't, like, it could have grabbed me that way, but there wasn't enough depth to the game to really grab me in that fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sure, it did, but it only did so because a lot of the other things that I needed it to have to really grab me in that way, I was able to just kind of create my own head, you know?
Right.
Like, especially with X-Wing, it's like, you see the ship that you're on, you have your bedroom with all your stuff in it. You go to the briefings and you do all these things that you do. And, really what is X-Wing but actual Star Wars Wing Commander, right?
Right.
It didn't have quite the same cinematic and intense story that Wing Commander did, because it's very focused and it's very, because Chris Roberts, especially at that time, and you see it, and it really comes to fruition when you get to Wing Commander 3 and Privateer 2, because he decided to go on this whole, like, I'm going to make movies kick. You see them as these really focused cinematic experiences. But you really see that in Wing Commander 1 and 2 with the focus on the story. And while X-Wing and TIE Fighter definitely do have that, you don't have a cutscene every time you launch. You don't have the cutscenes between missions every single time.
No, even in TIE Fighter, you have the
You have some.
you have the officer who's always there to talk to you, or sometimes the
Yeah, you have some. You go, you talk to them, and you do that, but that's usually part of the briefing. It's not like, oh, I went to the bar, clicked on the bar, and then I went to the bar and I talked to these people, and sometimes it's just shooting the shit, and sometimes it's just doing whatever. So you could definitely make an argument that, like, Wing Commander 1 was definitely a lot more immersive because it was like you actually were on the ship and you see a lot more of that normal stuff. While they cut some of that out in X-Wing and made it more about the actual missions than any of that other stuff. And I think that makes a little bit of sense, because if they did do that kind of thing, they would be introducing. It basically would have had a cast, just like Wing Commander does. And it then kind of creates an issue for something like Star Wars, because now it's like, oh, we just added all these characters to Star Wars canon. Now we have to manage them. And especially at the time, they were still kind of in this phase of, well, I don't even think, I'm not sure Timothy Zahn had even finished Last Command yet. I think he was still in the middle of his trilogy. And when it comes to more cinematic experiences, I think they were still doing, what was the name of that game? There was another one that came out that was very much a right on rails cinematic experience. What was it called? Was it called Rebel Assault? Is that what it's called?
No, sounds like it could be it.
They made 2 of them. I played the second one. Yeah, it was Rebel Assault. That was it. Rebel Assault 1 and 2. Yeah, they were very much rail shooters. Yeah, because it came with DOS Macintosh, Sega CD, and 3DO. Oh my god.
Good times.
Good times indeed. Yeah, they decided to do that kind of storytelling over there with those titles. Yeah, because the first one came out was 93. When did X-Wing come out? February 93. Yeah, so like almost the exact same time. So that's probably why they didn't do that. They probably didn't want them to step on each other's toes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, that came out in 93. The 94 was TIE Fighter. Then they kind of went silent for 3 years, and then it was X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, 97. Then 2 years after that, we had Alliance.
Ton of gold nuggets down there.
Did I ever actually play the first Wing Commander? I only played the second one. Because I didn't have a machine that could play IBM games
Yep.
when one was hot. But Dad would go to CES, and of course he'd bring back, giant swag bags full of stuff. And he'd bring back these, early gaming magazines, like was it Computer Gaming Monthly back when it was getting started.
Oh wow, yeah, that is a time ago.
Yeah, that was a time.
All right.
And they would have articles and stuff about Wing Commander, and I'd read them, and I was like, wow, I really want to play that game. It looks so cool. But I didn't have a machine that could play it. I was really sad. And then I think they did a Super NES title.
Yeah,
Super
there's at
NES
least
port.
one on there for like Wing Commander 4 or something.
No, it was like the first one. Hold on. Let's see. SNES Wing Commander. Yeah, the original 16-bit had a. Yeah, they ported the original one in.
Secret door, you say?
Uh, 1992, they ported it to Super NES and the Amiga. Right to the Sega CD system 2 years later. Wow.
Kind of got everywhere. All right, I'm doing a little bit of running around in circles, but it is also getting somewhat late, so I think with this convenient little campfire here, put our axe away, give the game a save, and we'll bring our stream to a close here this evening. I want to thank iHort for jumping in and sharing insights and all of that early adventure, early gaming stuff while we did some classic games. But I'm going to mute up here real quick and we'll do some closing stuff out, and we'll call that a night. All right, folks, we've had a good time playing some classic games here this evening with a little bit of Ultima Underworld. So I want to take the time to thank everybody for the follows, the subscribes, the questions, all those things. They really do keep things moving and motivated. I appreciate all of that one. If you choose to spend your Bezos bucks here with your free subscription that you get through Amazon Prime, or if you are subscribing all on your own, or if you don't, any of those things are fine. I appreciate the fact that you're here at all. You can catch this and other VODs on the YouTube channel at Pylum Ramar. If you feel like you want to tip directly, you can at coffee.com/PylumJRamar. Today was Monday. We did DCS Monday and Classic Games. Ordinarily, we do Arma 3 on Friday, but I believe this Friday we may actually, yeah, we should be off on this Friday because I'm actually going to go out and do the proverbial touching of grass and to go out and do some real life things on Friday night. So I may not be around here for that, but Saturday we'll be back with Pylum Teaches DCS starting at 9 a.m. And with that, folks, always ask for consent, try to communicate as best you can with your partners, and try to be genuinely decent human beings. And I will catch up with you later on. Thanks for watching, folks. Have a good night.